I'll go tell him to shut up.
Ready to go?
Did you see the message that Tommy from a new okay on the Zoom?
Ready?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to welcome everybody from Jack and I, your interim co-chairs, I guess, or co-vice chairs now. Yeah, now we've received some sort of promotion for bad behavior. I want to welcome everybody here, and eventually today, in just a moment, I think we're going to let Jenna run the agenda and facilitate, because that gives Jack and I a little bit more opportunity to participate in the discussions and the chewy stuff we're going to be doing today. I wanted to kind of set the stage by saying I think everybody has seen Jennifer's resignation letter, and I think you probably all responded. I did, and told her I completely got it. And I know her schedule was filled. I think I said damn it, but I get it. And yeah, and I know it came with, because I've had conversations before she got to that point, Jack and I had with her. I know it came with a huge amount of thought and certainly with no eagerness, I think. We're aware that Paul is gone also. It's certainly not abnormal for boards to lose members. We've all been part of that process. I think it's a little bit out of the ordinary to lose two in a relatively short period of time. But one of the things that we will eventually end up having to discuss is those open positions and how we ought or how we might fill those, and what that timeline may or may not look like. So I'm sure that you have all had some thought about what that would be. I think the statute says 7 to 9. It does say that there's no formal positions related to particular interest or particular community voice. But I think that at some point it's likely that we'll probably have a process where we might make suggestions to Vicky, and on if you have people that you think would be terrific members of the board. I'm sure Vicky's already thought of that as well. But you may want to run that through your mind, at least at that point. Vicky, do you have any comment about that, about filling those open positions and what such a timeline might look like?
Yeah, thanks. Good morning, everyone. I'm still quite sick, so I'm staying home. Yeah, those positions are land board appointments. I suspect they'd like to appoint those folks at the December land board meeting. So when the authority takes off on January 1, we've got a full complement of board people. So yes, if you have some suggestions, I'm working on that with the land board as well. But if you have suggestions, please forward them to me and I'll discuss them with the land board assistants.
Okay. Thank you.
We're going to talk about it.
Right. And that will come up a little bit at the end. There'll probably be late in the meeting. I think we're still may get to today or tomorrow some carbon discussions, and you guys have seen the letter from Jeff Huntington, I know, and with that, then unless Jack wants to add something,
Nope.
then hey Ryan, I will step aside, and Jenna, the meeting is yours.
It's ours.
And take us home.
Awesome. Well, just wanted to thank everybody for being here, and we've got a couple of folks on Zoom. Vicky, Bill, Melissa, Colin is also on Zoom. Bob is on his way. It sounds like he was going to try to join via phone while he's in transit, but should be here within the next hour or so. And yeah, we're also joined by Tommy Elder and Tom Tuckman, who are going to be providing a presentation from Anu on the carbon section of the agenda later. But so for today, we'll have some time to hear from them on the feasibility analysis, work that they've been doing. Time for discussion on carbon, also have some time to dig into financial viability, the forest management plan. There'll be a space towards the end of the meeting for public comment. So for any members of the public that are on the line, feel free to send a chat to Jen Bailey-Guerrero at any point if you'd like to get in the queue for that public comment later in the meeting. So we do ask that the conversation in chat during the meeting today, up until that point, is focused for board members and project team staff. And we look forward to hearing from you later in that public comment section. We are going to hear a couple of updates from OSU just to kick off the meeting. And so our timeline may be just a little bit bumped, Tommy and Tom, for when we start the carbon presentation. Just wanted to give you a heads up on that. But yeah, wanted to just hear some updates, and we'll make sure that y'all get out of here no later than 4 p.m. So any questions on that?
Can you turn the volume up on the speaker, because when Vicky was talking, it was kind of difficult to hear.
Yeah, thank you. It's always a hodgepodge of logistics trying to figure out sound and audio, so. Vicky, would you mind saying something really quickly, just so we can test out and make sure that's a good volume in the room?
Good morning.
Sorry, no, it's not what you want to be doing when you've got a cold.
Bill saying something.
Well,
Melissa.
it's a double ear infection, a sinus infection, and bronchitis, so it does make it difficult to hear. And now you're all loud, but you're all really loud in my head. So I'm gonna keep adjusting my volume to try to make it work. But are you hearing me now?
We're good, thank you. We've got our volume up, and you can turn yours down, so.
Okay, great, thank you.
All right, so with that, Tom?
Great, thanks, Jenna. I guess I'd just like a moment to say welcome to the Forest Science Complex. We're in Richardson Hall, unfortunately, and not in PV Forest Science Center today, but welcome everybody. It's nice to have you here. And working on these, late steps in the process of, going through the carbon discussion today, as well as financial viability and the FMP. So really exciting as we get to these late stage discussions. I did want to just mention briefly, I'm not going to make a statement right now or anything, but Jeff Huntington sent out a note on Friday that went to Vicky and Brett and staff, and Brett forwarded to the rest of the advisory board and presumptive advisory board and OSU folks. And in it was a critique of a number of issues that are pending or are ongoing within this process. And there were a number of things described or mentioned that were potentially a misinterpretation of facts, or at least a not a fully considered an analysis of issues, and it also brought into question the OSU's role in the moving into the future. And so we wrote a response to those comments. I'm not going to read through them today. I'm just going to emphasize that, first of all, from our perspective, this has been a collaborative process. We have gotten to where we are as a result of the challenges that we've all been having to deal with, which is different perspectives on what's right and what's wrong. And collaborative process is never easy. Nobody seems to feel like they get what they wanted, but they come back to the table and they continue to discuss that. In this case, we have, I assume that given that this came from the assistant to the governor, natural resource advisor to the governor, that this was a issue that was brought forward by the board as a whole or by an individual. And if it's by the board as a whole, then that sits within the collaborative process. But I, as a member of the board, was not involved in any such discussion. And this is a concern that I've raised over and over. Prior to Brett's joining DSL, there was oftentimes the collaborative process was broken by individuals going and discussing with DSL, individuals within DSL, and individual recommendations coming back to me as this is what needs to happen. That subverts the collaborative process. The board should be working together to advance those ideas and to advance recommendations and for us to work together to figure those things out. We feel strongly that we've met all obligations and expectations in this process of including writing the research proposal and now a draft of the forest management plan. We have not changed acreage intentionally. We have gone by what has been shared with us as a right approach forward. DSL later came up with ideas around the flexible management, which may have changed acreage. OSU has followed the original forest proposal as closely as possible while moving forward. And I'm just going to keep this short by finishing to say that, you know, if the tenor of the email is a reflection of how the board feels and how the land board feels, that to conclude that the OSU's leadership and involvement isn't desirable, if that's what is truly the desire of the land board, OSU requests that be clearly stated as such, not sent out as an individual email from a land board assistant, but the land board share with us that they are questioning that involvement, and we will act accordingly. I won't go any further. I sent a note to all of you by email this morning. I made copies for you if you want to read this, if you didn't get it, and I'll hand these around to any board members that didn't get to see that this morning. And we can discuss later as if there is time or interest. And that's, I think, all I wanted to say at this point. Paul, anything you wanted to add to that?
No, Tom, I think you expressed it very well.
Ryan, did you want it? Pretty sure. Thanks.
Thanks, Tom, for that. And
Oh, I've had mine.
Jen, at some point, like before a new goes, we should do intros just so they're familiar with kind of who's around the table. But
Yeah, thank you.
Everybody get a copy.
Jenna, I have my hand up.
yeah. Can't see you, Vicky. Oh, there you are.
I need to make a brief response to that, please.
Go ahead.
I appreciate, I'll talk a little louder. I appreciate the information, Tom. I did get it this morning at 9:26 or 9 something or other here. Anyway, I got it this morning while I was making my breakfast and taking my meds, so I haven't read it yet. This is not, let me say, this is not an email that came from one land board member assistant. This is, if you'll notice that when it was sent from all the land board assistants. And as I've often said, I have a lot of authority as the director of the department, but the land board drives the car. I drive it and they steer it. So they've got some issues they wanted to put on the table, and that's what that was last Friday. And I'll take a look at your response and discuss it with the land board assistants and go from there. But I don't really have anything more to respond to at this point without reading your comments.
Thanks, Vicky. And for the members of the Prospective board, you know, there are topics of today's agenda, you know, such as carbon, financial viability, the FMP, where there'll be some space to, you know, provide your questions or perspectives on those specific components that were mentioned in the email. So I think with that, we'll do a round of introductions and then talk about carbon. Yeah, Brett?
I just wanted to acknowledge something more, because I've heard it come up from individual board members, and then I think it's kind of behind some of what you're saying, Tom, where I feel like this is a challenging and we're in an awkward process in part because of the way it's been set up. I mean, there's a statute that's been passed and it creates a board and a forest that will happen as long as different conditions are met in advance. And that comes after an advisory committee had existed for a number of years. And we're in this position where like, this is a prospective board, not an advisory committee, but this prospective board doesn't really have the authority to do the formal things around decisions and votes that a real board would do. And so you've got this space where this board, I think you all are in a tough spot because you will be inheriting the oversight and decision-making authority over the forest. And at the same time, you can't really do that yet. It's advisory to DSL. So it puts the conversations at an awkward space. And then you do have, there are interests at the land board level because the forest is still under jurisdiction of the land board. And they have interests and they're weighing in, and then you have decision-making spaces like the HCP and the federal agencies and the decision-making that will occur through the land board December meeting and the OSU Board of Trustees meeting, that those decisions haven't been made yet. And so it kind of provides the opportunity for everybody to advocate for their interests that would be reflected or not in the decisions that are made in December. And so you've got decision-making venues that are outside of this table and this table that's not fully empowered yet. So it's, I guess I agree, Tom, it makes for a really challenging collaborative process. And thanks for putting it clearly around like question, if folks on this board or prospective board or the land board are saying we've got a problem and we don't think we can mend it, or that if there's a desire for OSU to be out, like make it clear. So it's a tough time right now, and I think we're all doing our best to move through it. I know that email came Friday late to everybody, myself included, and I think Vicky and I were like, well, we would have rather, if there was going to be some weighing in, it happened sooner, and it put you in a position of reacting the morning of the meeting.
Yeah.
So
yeah, no, thanks.
none of these processes
No,
are easy in this one especially.
And we don't think of the advisory, the presumptive board as being a decision-making board at this point, the same as it's always been. It's been an advisory board to DSL and has advised OSU on process the whole way through. And when I feel like we have been at our best, it's when we have been collaborative, when we have lost ground and been in our most challenging circumstances. It's when an individual from the board has access or makes it a complaint individually to someone in authority that then acts accordingly. And that's what this email felt very much like. And I'm not, you know, we're ready to respond to any one of those, and I did in writing, but it was very short. We're ready to respond to any one of those criticisms. And there's there's misinformation behind some of the statements that are made, and there is perhaps a misinterpretation of facts, is a better way to state it. And we are happy to provide clarity on those things as needed. We have been, as you know, working pedal to the metal to finish the forest management plan. And the HCP was in flux yet this summer, and that, you know, and we are still working with changes of acreage, and all those things result in massive changes internally within, you know, having to get things changed within the FMP, and it's been an enormous amount of work. And we have been trying to meet the board's input regularly, and feel very strongly. We've been very responsive to the board and to individuals' concerns, and this sort of subverts that process, is what it felt like. Anyhow, I've said enough. Thank you for the opportunity to say something this morning in response to this. And Vicky, thank you for your response, and we can talk more as you've had a chance to read our comments.
Yeah, thanks to Vicky too. It was not clear in the email that it was from all the land board assistants.
It was just something.
It copied the other two, but it was addressed from Jeff. So it's good to know and understand that this was a coordinated message from all the land board assistants, not just the governors.
Yep. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, everybody. Brett, anything else on that front, or should we?
No, let's
Start.
introduce ourselves. Have a meeting.
All right, everybody's got a full coffee, so we're done. Actually, yeah, maybe just, so we'll do some introductions as well as maybe just housekeeping as well, because I don't know if I can point anybody to where the bathrooms are if need be, but coffee, water, some snacks up there. Shannon, if folks do need to use the restroom, is it?
Yeah, the closest restroom is if you go out the door here, take a left, there's a central area where the two hallways come together, and there's a restroom right there in the corner.
Okay, awesome. So yeah, let's just go around the table and do a quick round of introductions for folks that are on Zoom that may not know this lovely group of characters. So I'll just kick it off. I'm Jenna Kiefer with Oregon Consensus.
I'm Shannon Murray with OSU College of Forestry.
Tom DeLuca, OSU College of Forestry.
Mike Kennedy, I'm Natural Resource Director for the Confederated Tribes of Celeste and a Prospective board member.
Create the Bird Prospective board member. Want to go back to you guys?
Alright, we'll just, yeah, go around the table, thanks.
I'm Jack Williams, Prospective board member.
Keith Kipchak, prospective board member.
Brett Brownscombe, not a board member and transition director for the Elliott State Forest, is working with DSL. Really quick. Thank you, Jenna, for being willing to facilitate today and allow Keith, Jack, the space to be in the substance role, and thanks for picking it up on quick notice. And also OSU, thanks for hosting. I'm glad I'm not the only ESL employee here, and there's a sickness going around, so everybody who's got it, I'm sorry, I've been through it. I didn't think it was possible for a forester to get lost on the way to the hub of forestry on the Oregon State campus, but I guess all things are possible with the Elliott Project.
Good morning, Paul Linthal, OSU Central Administration.
And then on Zoom, Melissa, Colin, and Bob, if we have yet. Do you mind introducing yourselves, Melissa?
Sure. Melissa Cribbins, Prospective board member. Thanks.
Colin, are you with us?
Colin Beck, Confederated Tribes of Kusla, Ronqual, and Sayusla Indians.
Thanks. And I'm not sure if we have Bob on the phone, so I'll do a quick test on that. All right, maybe not yet. And Vicky and Tom and Tommy, thanks for being here. So
I'm the director of the department, for those of you who don't know. Nice to see some new faces and some faces I've just met, so thank you.
thanks, Vicky. So Brett, back to you. You want to kick it off with some framing for the carbon project update before we hear from Tom and Tommy at Anu?
Yeah, I do. So the state, I guess my framing on this would start with, before, while I was in different roles on this project. The carbon conversation's long been part of the process, and, back in the 2019 period, there was a variety of discussion and information brought to and discussed with the advisory committee about the potential for carbon on the Elliott. Since that time, there's a lot has happened, both in the way of changes in the carbon market context, but also changes around evolution of the HCP, the FMP, the advisory committee into a prospective board. The statute, Senate Bill 1546, the legislature passed. And so while the carbon project isn't a new conversation, it's, I think what we're doing today is updating based on, with different faces, a lot of changes and new information that's relevant to the carbon project conversation. And so DSL entered into as you all know, but just to review for context, DSL put out an RFP to solicit proposals around analyzing the potential for a carbon project on the Elliott. There were a variety of respondents. Anu's proposal was the successful respondent for a lot of really good reasons, and we've entered into that contract, but it didn't happen on the timing that we wanted. There, without going into details, the state and Anu didn't enter into the contract along the timeline that we had hoped, and so that's delayed the engagement in the feasibility, the phase one feasibility analysis. And so the contract as it's structured is just a phase one contract. And then there are decisions to be made after phase one about whether to enter into the next phase around the actual steps of advancing, analyzing, and marketing and potentially selling carbon credits. So we're not to that point yet. We're not close to that point yet because we're still in the midst of a phase one process that Anu is doing here to talk to us about. I would say for context, there's been part of the feasibility work that Anu's doing is around wanting to understand not just the numbers as they see it around potential carbon on the Elliott, but what are the perspectives of key contacts, including all the board members. So because of the delay in getting under contract, we haven't had, and I've been working with Anu in US Force Capital on this, we haven't had all of the key contact conversations that Anu wants to have and that DSL wants them to have. And Anu and DSL also don't want it to be like a one and done conversation. I think the interest that Anu shares with DSL is let's take the time to have the conversation about the carbon potential on the Elliott. Let's understand what it all means, both from the perspective of the opportunity, as well as addressing the questions and concerns people have and not give it short shrift. And so that's been their approach to this, is to have as many initial conversations as can be had, and then continue forward with the rest of the conversations before coming out with a phase one feasibility report. And so the intent today is not to deliver a report or numbers because it's premature, but to talk about where things are in the process, how Anu is thinking about the approach to carbon on the Elliott, and then talk about some of the assumptions, or at least initial assumptions around that. And then really hear from you all as board members around how are you thinking about this, including OSU around the question of research and carbon potential compatibility, and talk about it. And there's certain things where, so Anu's a technical contractor to DSL in the state. It's not here or able to really answer some of the bigger picture. I don't know, I'd pin them in the policy air quotes of like, should the state, should the board enter a carbon project, or what are the non-technical considerations around that related to addressing what this board feels is needed around funding or connections between carbon and the larger interests of the research forest. Those are all things that it feels like you all need to discuss. One thing we're gonna get into today that I wanted to just hit on really quick, Jenna, is as we'll hear more about as Tommy and Tom Tuckman present, is a fundamentally important thing in any carbon project consideration. It's like, what's the baseline? And they'll get into defining like what baseline means. But in thinking this through, in the context of an HCP, a forest management plan, and a variety of other considerations about what would be possible in the way of management and harvest on the Elliott, not in the abstract or not in the hypothetical, but how do you create a baseline that is tethered to some notion of reality of what could practically and legally happen on the Elliott, short of the path that we're all on. I mean, the Elliott's had over the course of even the past 5 years or 6 years, it's gone from a forest managed by Department of State Forestry that through litigation went from, you know, X amount of management per year down to close to nothing, to a process that involved a private land auction or an auction on a private public partnership proposal with a formal path towards that, and then the land board moving away from that path to the evolution into the research forest, or how can a research forest approach work on the Elliott. So it's gone through a variety of big pendulum swings in a short period of time, and part of the baseline consideration that the state has worked on and talking through with Anu is, in the context of histories of pendulum shifts, what's a reasonable thought around what the baseline could be, and where we landed. And I think Anu and Tommy and Tom Tuckman will get into this a bit more, but where we landed was, instead of assuming it's whatever ODF was doing and managing the Elliott back in the 2000s or early 2000s period, or some other point in time, or what would management look like under just hypothetical Oregon Forest Practices Act compliance with take avoidance under the Endangered Species Act. Where we came down was, baseline should be something that we felt a better baseline would be to have something that's vetted through the NEPA analysis and process tied to the HCP around what are alternative baselines that would comply with the purpose and need of Endangered Species Act compliance in the context of an HCP. And even though timber harvest levels may be higher under that baseline than the proposed path, that baseline is still, or that alternative 4 in the HCP is where we landed, is still something that's been vetted through the NEPA process as an approach that would be consistent with meeting the purpose and need of getting an HCP. And so it felt like a more realistic place to land on a baseline than trying to construct something that was based farther in the past around harvest levels, but may longer not be practically possible or politically possible, and then something that was more hypothetically drawn up around Forest Practices Act compliance and take avoidance. So that's where, you know, we want to talk about that, and I think Anu will get into that more today, but I'll stop there because it felt like an important thing to say to you all around the state discussions that have been happening with the new, because they want a direction as to like, okay, how should we start thinking about this? But this maybe finish where I started. The intent here is to really hear from you all. I mean, have some presentation from the new US Forest Capital, but then hear feedback, responses, questions, concerns, opportunities, and have a back and forth. First with a new, and then we'll kind of shift from that to ideally a conversation amongst you all about how you're thinking about this together. So with that, I think I'll stop and unless Vicky wants to add on to anything, shift it to Tommy with the new.
Thanks for the framing, Brett. That's helpful.
Can you guys all hear me okay?
Yep.
Great. Well, I'm Tommy Elder with A New Climate. It's great to see some familiar faces and some new ones as well. And Tom and I are really looking forward to our conversations today. And in our perspectives, our role here is really just to share information. I can go ahead and open up my presentation here and let me know if you can see these slides all right so far. I'm not always the most technically advanced. Okay. So
I mean, we can see them, but it's not in presenter mode. There you go.
Okay. Now, do you see the slide or do you see presenter view?
You're good now.
Okay, great. So let's just go through the agenda. We'll give you a quick introduction about who ANEW and US Forest Capital are.
Oops.
And
sorry, guys, I messed that up. I apologize, Tommy. I was trying to free up some screen space and I made it worse.
how so?
Okay, there we go. We're all good. Now we can see your slides and you in a nice little box on the screen.
Oh, okay, great. You don't have to see me. The slides are, but you do whatever you want. And then I have it in presenter view on my computer. Do you guys just see the slide?
Yeah, just this line.
Perfect. Okay, so we're then going to talk about just an overview of forest carbon offsets and basics of project development and how marketing of carbon credits is conducted. And then Tom and I really want to have 3 intentional conversations together. The first is, what are the differences and similarities between the voluntary and compliance markets as it relates to improved forest management project development? And then we also want to have a focused conversation about the interplay between research and carbon project development and management and maintenance. We know that that's a really important topic for this group. And so we thought it would be a more productive conversation after we had gone through some of those specifics of voluntary and compliance markets. And then we wanted to end with a focused discussion on our draft assumptions. I think Brett gave you a little bit of a preview, and hopefully that will fuel your enthusiasm until we get to this discussion. So, we'll have time for Q&A after the presentation, and then we'll have the opportunity to have some of these important conversations that we need to have. And again, we're not really in an advocacy role here for anything. We're just sharing what we know, and we understand that things go better when everybody has the same information. So you guys might have heard this in my previous presentation or just might be aware of it, but hopefully this brings everybody to the same place so we can move forward together. And I'll just start with a little bit about ANEW. We are a turnkey carbon project developer. We develop carbon projects across about 20 different project types. And we've been doing forest carbon project development specifically for over 20 years. And we're the largest and most established developer in this space. We have won awards for the quality of our project development and have been lucky enough to serve 110 landowners on over 6 million acres. And all of that is due to our dedicated forestry team. So our forestry expertise is unparalleled. We've got 26 accredited certified professional foresters on staff, many of whom are PhDs, who are involved in designing proprietary approaches to project-specific inventory methodologies, regionally specific forest carbon modeling frameworks, and it's what drives real success for the company. And I mentioned those 110 landowners we've been able to work with. That's everybody from family forest landowners to nonprofits to public agencies to timberland investment management organizations and other industrial landowners. And so we learn something new each time and incorporate it right back into those models and methodologies that I mentioned earlier. And we have a lot of expertise, in particular in Appalachia and the Great Lakes and in New England. And we are very lucky to be collaborating with U.S. Forest Capital. We've developed some projects in the Pacific Northwest and West, and Tom has been steeped in this region for some time, and so is a real asset to the work, especially given his existing experience. Tom, I'll let you share a little bit more about U.S. Forest Capital.
Sure, Tommy, thanks. Can everybody hear me as well?
Yep.
Okay, great. Well, pleasure to join you. I've met and had the opportunity to work with many of you over the years. Great to be back and working on the Elliott issues, working specifically with Tommy and Anu, which really is a premier carbon project developer. We're both sort of just wanted to say, sorry we could not be, either of us couldn't be here today. It would have been much better and more productive if we could have. As Brett mentioned, we sort of got contracted late in the game and we both had other commitments. So anyway, we'll do our best. And Brett, maybe ask you to interrupt if either you think there's a point that we should be making and or moving on to another subject, as it were. But anyway, Forest Capital, we're a Portland-based conservation finance company. We help landowners monetize their conservation value and their timber value and in some kind of integrated way. Been in business for about 25 years. We've helped conserve about 172,000 acres outright, and that's working forest as well as conservation forest, and sold about 4.7 million carbon credits over the last 10 years, because increasingly that is an important piece to many landowners, both for-profit landowners and nonprofit municipalities, and how they look at valuing their assets. So really excited about working with Anu on this project. And as Tommy said, we're here to provide whatever technical information we can on whether and how you want to move forward with the carbon project.
Thanks, Tom. So we'll start with the basics here about what forest carbon offsets are. And when we think about a forest carbon offset, we are talking about 1 ton of carbon equivalent that is either stored or sequestered, and that has been measured and verified and is being utilized to offset a ton of carbon emissions according to kind of an established market framework. So that's what a forest carbon offset is. It's a 1-to-1 emission to stored or sequestered ton of carbon. And there are a couple of key things that go into making a stored or sequestered ton of carbon high quality. And these are important to us in every single project that we develop. And the very first of those is additionality. And here you're wanting to make sure that the protection of the existing carbon storage and the excess, carbon sequestration that's happening in the context of the project is beyond business as usual and wouldn't have happened in the absence of the project, that it's additional. And that it's also verifiable, which means that it comes from projects whose performance can be readily monitored and verified according to a registry protocol, and that registry protocol is transparent, and credits developed within it are tracked. And that's important just to the transparency of the project and its outcomes. Permanence is also critical. The carbon benefits have to last for the duration of the project. They have to account for any reversals and any leakage, and they have to be legally enforceable. If they're reversed, then, and it's an intentional reversal, then some kind of legal action has to be viable. And real simply means that it represents actual emissions reductions equivalent to emissions. And leakage is something that's important to consider in every offset. And that means that you're ensuring that an increase in carbon emissions isn't occurring as a direct result of the carbon project. The buffer is something that we'll talk a little bit more about later, but essentially every project that's developed according to and verified according to a registry has to deliver a certain percentage of its issuances to a collective insurance pool called a buffer. And that buffer is meant to cover a unintentional reversal from any project developed by that registry. So if there's some sort of active a natural impact of some kind that's unforeseen and out of the control of the manager, they're not liable. And there's a pool of carbon tons that is set aside to make sure that it doesn't lead to that offset not being a 1-for-1 any longer. So that's an important topic. There's 3 different kinds of forest carbon projects. At a high level, afforestation, reforestation is about establishing forests where they haven't been or where they were before. Avoided conversion is about protecting forests from being converted to other land uses, and improved forest management is about taking an existing forest and managing it sustainably to enhance its carbon carrying capacity. And managing a forest for carbon sequestration alongside forest management protects those existing carbon stocks. It allows the forest to grow larger trees and to therefore sequester and store more carbon going forward. So improved forest management is really about not harvesting more than growth and about certifying forests that are being harvested commercially. So they are abiding by kind of industry standards for sustainable management. And there's a real focus on natural regeneration. And those are just some things that are important to keep in mind about improved forest management. And, overall, I think this is a long quote in type that's too tiny. But the key takeaway here is that we get many of the climate mitigation benefits of improved forest management by really thinking about what improved forest management allows landowners to do. And it allows landowners to manage land that they've already purchased, but which they don't necessarily have the funding to steward appropriately. It allows them in many instances to acquire more land and manage it sustainably, and to adjust to economic downturns, rising costs of inflation, all while maintaining their ownership, not harvesting mature trees, increasing future harvest levels, or selling. And all of those things put forests at risk and increase fragmentation. And so really what works for landowners works for the climate, and that's a real benefit of improved forest management. And what works for the climate in many instances is also what works for rural employment, for watershed enhancement, for habitat protection, for all sorts of other co-benefits. So when you think about a ton of carbon and a forest carbon offset, it comes with a whole suite of values that aren't included in that measurement of 1 ton, all of which buyers are incredibly interested in when they are shopping for the offsets that they want to purchase on the market.
Hey, Tommy, may I jump in and ask a question or make a comment, or just 2 things that I scribbled down. One, I just want to highlight and this, and we're all accepting that improved forest management is buying into the point of view where it's an improved forest management, right? That you're improving the forest, not necessarily. I just wanted to point that out. And then I want to ask what is the response to the idea that when you said these have to be real, and that was one of but of course it's not actually the real sequestration of carbon produced by some company that's emitting it. It's just an offset. And so how does that incorporate, how do you answer that question when people wonder if this is real?
Right. So when we say it's real, we mean that it's been measured through inventory and verification and boots on the ground inventory, and increases in carbon sequestration are real in that in returning for an inventory 10 years later, you can measure the actual forest growth because you're measuring the same trees that you measured 10 years prior. And so it's real in a scientific sense that this ton of carbon is protected and stored. And the methodologies that we work with are rigorous in how they calculate those, and conservative as well. And I'll speak more about that later. So hopefully that answers your question. And I wasn't sure I was following your first point.
That's fine. I'm good.
Okay. Well, you don't have to be. So if you want to return to it later, you can. And I can make sure that your question gets addressed because they're important. So and anybody else, please feel free to interrupt me as we go through this. I think there's value to answering questions as we go through, in addition to at the end. So we're going to talk a little bit about how projects are actually developed now that we got through some of that introduction. And New takes this in 3 steps, and we are right here in that first step right now. So we are in feasibility analysis stage, and we have not yet completed that. So you're not going to get any results today or estimates of your, carbon performance in the voluntary or compliance market, but we're going to tell you where we are and look for your feedback. But the feasibility analysis phase is for New and the landowners that we work with to collectively answer the question, is there a there? How much carbon are we talking about, over what time period, and with what pricing can we estimate? And if everything looks good, then we move on and contract and do project development. And that's the step that involves the most of New's help, and where we make things as simple as possible for our landowner partners. And we execute and fund all the activities required to register and sell your credits. And then in step 3, we go and sell those credits to the right buyers. And 2 and 3, I'll just note, are not sequential. We start selling your credits the minute that we contract the project by finding, buyers that are a good fit and beginning to educate them about your project and how many credits are expected, so that by the time they're issued, we're able to make sales. But they are distinct steps. So that's hence the 2 and the 3. So some of the specifics for how a project is developed. If a decision is made to move forward here and to contract with New for a forest carbon project, it will take about 24 months from that time until credits are issued, depending on a couple of different things. But the key steps are that we contract with the together, and then New lists the project with the registry, which would be the American Carbon Registry. And then we begin designing the forest carbon inventory. And that inventory will be a CFI style plot grid specific to your property that we will put out an RFP for crews. If you've got a crew that you want us to work with, we're happy to train them. We come boots on the ground to collect all the information with that crew. And at the end of that whole process, and the inventory measurements and data collected is much more detailed than a merchant rolled timber inventory, but we'll have a full estimate of carbon stocking after that step 3. And then we move on to modeling and documentation, where we're projecting the forest growth and harvesting, and we're building the baseline scenario, and we're calculating the total amount of credits that'll be generated from the project over our contract term. We reach out, we put out an RFP for a verifier. They come onto the property and look at a subset of the plots that we analyzed and measured to make sure that the carbon that we say is on the property is there, and that the carbon that we've modeled is accurate. After a positive verification statement, they send it to the registry in step 6 for a technical review. And then the project is registered and we're issued credits. And then there's ongoing monitoring and management overall. But that's the whole process. And here's a little bit of a visual for what that looks like in the voluntary market. So in the voluntary market, you are looking at building a baseline scenario that is forward looking. You're looking at saying, in order to calculate the 2 different types of credits that you generate in a voluntary project, which are removal and conservation credits, you build a hypothetical alternate scenario where the landowner is going to manage the property to its legal, financial, operational maximum. And you compare that against what you're committing to do in the context of the project, which is protect existing carbon stocks. So for every year that other landowner would take down carbon stocking a certain amount, you get credit for doing the opposite, protecting it. And those are your conservation credits. And then you grow the forest forward based on the growth rates we establish after the inventory, because we'll take some tree core data there too. You think about annual harvesting, and everything that's left that is annual growth that's left on the forest is sequestered carbon, and those become removal credits, which are currently sold on the market at a premium. So that's the voluntary market, and the compliance market is a little bit different. You're comparing your current level of carbon stocking against a regional average of forests of similar forest type and quality. And if you have higher stocking than that regional average, then you get an upfront bump of credits. And then the removal credits, so to speak, they aren't sold that way in the compliance market. Every credit is kind of the same value, but those are calculated the same way. So I find that those visuals really help. And regardless of whether we're working in the voluntary or the compliance market, ANEW really only works with the American Carbon Registry for a bunch of different reasons that are listed here. And we appreciate that it is a registry that is scientifically rigorous and also provides some landowner flexibility, particularly in the voluntary market. So the credit estimates are conservative. For every ACR project, you're looking at 30 to 40% of a reduction for leakage, and 18 to 22% reduction for the buffer pool, that collective insurance pool that I mentioned earlier for unintentional reversals. And that's so that landowners aren't liable for those, and so that there isn't a reduction in climate change mitigation because of those unintentional reversals. The net result means that every project in the American Carbon Registry is really only bringing to market 40 to 50% of the credits that are issued. And we like that about this registry, because it means we can look our buyers in the eye and tell them that these are really conservative estimates of the carbon benefits of this project. The American Carbon Registry's protocols go under regular review. They're legally binding and actionable, and they require third-party non-biased audits through verification. And so those are just some of the things that I like to highlight about ACR. Now, when a landowner is thinking about entering into a forest carbon project, I like to just highlight that you're entering into 2 separate commitments if you're working with ANEW. You're entering into a commitment with the American Carbon Registry, and you're entering into a commitment with ANEW as your developer. And I'll go through the former first, because that's the more critical. But overall, regardless of it's the voluntary or the compliance market, if you go into a forest carbon project, you're telling the American Carbon Registry that you are going to maintain initial carbon stocking and carbon stocks associated with issued credits by cutting no more than annual growth. So you just maintain existing stocking. And anytime you cut less than growth in your issued credits for that increase in stocking, that becomes your new commitment for the duration of the term of the project. And if you do commercial harvesting, it has to be certified. There are multiple options for that. including a state-approved forest management plan, which you guys already have in place. And you have to complete the monitoring obligations during the either 40 or 100-year term. That says 100-year term, but it's either 40 or 100 years. And the compliance market and the voluntary market have different timing for these monitoring obligations, but they are the same obligations. It's to get a verification every 5 or 6 years. It's to do a full forest carbon inventory every 10 or 12 years, annual reporting, and a 40 or 100-year project term. So in addition to all of those requirements, if you consider a compliance project, there are some more detailed requirements that have to be kept in mind. And those are related to the amount of native species on the property, the species distribution, and what percentage any particular area is of one species or another. I know you guys have a very diverse forest, so that shouldn't be too big of an issue. And the age of the forest as well. And it's also about the management. So you can't clear cut over 40 acres in a contiguous block. And you have to have 300-foot buffers between those 40-acre clear cuts. And you can't return to those within 5 years of that clear cut being executed. So there's a way to like lay out a grid and to kind of manage in a even aged like manner to the extent that the rules allow, but it's definitely logistically and operationally different than simple even age management. There's no broadcast fertilization, and there's rules about maintaining lying and standing dead wood stocks. So those are your commitments in just the compliance, not the voluntary. So the landowner commitments to a new are a little simpler. You're committing that we're going to be your developer, that you're going to harvest less than growth. And we typically ask in our contracts that landowners commit to a certain harvest level over the duration of the contract. We get access to the property to do the inventory work and the verifications. And we get conveyed credits from the project so that we can sell them directly to a buyer. And there's a couple of different ways that can work, which there's no need to spend a lot of time on that now. But once those credits are developed, we spend a lot of time to make sure that we're really matchmaking buyers and credits. And we do that by talking to stakeholders, coming on site, taking pictures, taking drone videos, building a diverse kind of portfolio of marketing content that gets pushed out in newsletters that go to 500 buyers, in quarterly webinars that go to all of our key buyers, in individual one-on-one meetings where we're pitching clients, buyer clients on specific projects. And the co-benefits of your project are really what's seen here. And all of these buyers that have been in the market for 15, 20 years know us well. We have strong relationships with all the Fortune 500 companies that have made net zero commitments, which is really what's driving a lot of the demand, at least in the voluntary market. So voluntary demand is still on the rise, even in the face of the scrutiny that likely you've all seen. It's universities, it's asset owners and asset managers that are making carbon footprint commitments, and even full industries and states that are making commitments that are driving change. And luckily the research shows that buyers of offsets actually meet their emissions reductions goals way earlier and way faster and better, and reduce their operational emissions way faster than other companies. So that's something nice to keep in mind. I want to stop here and see if there are any just questions to that high level overview. And Tom, if you have anything to add, because what I think Tom and I would like most to do is get to the part where we can have these three kind of focused discussions that we had envisioned around voluntary versus compliance, research and carbon, and feedback on our draft assumptions. But I'll just pause and stop sharing and see what we can help you guys with.
Do folks have any questions now, or would it be helpful for Tommy to go through the full set of slides and then come back? I think what we haven't talked about yet are the assumptions. And Tom, I guess, do you have anything to add before we either jump forward or pause here?
No, except I should have mentioned, there's a lot of Toms floating around this room, so pardon, apologize for all that.
I'll go by Thomas today, just to keep.
No, just we did the overview, excellent overview that Tommy just gave, is we just wanted to give a high level understanding what a carbon project looks like. And we can dive into the specifics on what we're thinking one for the Elliott might look like if the decision was made to go forward. So please.
And we were kind of saving that discussion of the assumptions until last, Brett. We were thinking that a good sort of way to kind of walk ourselves through it would be to really focus on, okay, what's the difference between the voluntary and the compliance markets? Because I just talked through project development in those two markets in a really quick way. And it might be helpful for folks to just have those details. And then based on that, we thought that would feed really nicely into a direct conversation about how research and carbon can work together and what concerns people have there. And then, speaking of research, getting everybody's feedback on our current assumptions will be really valuable to me and Tom. So we're hoping we can end with that. Does that work for everybody? Or do we need to switch that order somehow?
Yeah, I think so. I saw some heads nodding, so let's do that.
Well, I just had a couple of questions as a just simple things that should be pretty easy to respond to, just for clarification. That was a great overview, Tommy. Thank you. When you said, you were talking about the verification and monitoring, you said, basically return and we're measuring the same 10 trees that were measured earlier. Could you elaborate a little bit on, how that works on a 82,000 acre forest with, what does that look like? I know you said something effective 10% of the the unit as a whole is inventoried. If you just give a little bit more clarity on what.
Oh goodness, so the amount of plots in your inventory is totally going to depend on how complicated your forest is. So we will sometimes put out 450 permanent plots, and that involves like those really big, rebar. Put those in there. They maintain for the whole duration of the carbon project. And then, we have a radius around that plot center. And within that plot, we're measuring any tree over 1 inch in diameter, regardless of shape and form. And we're measuring diameter at breast height, diameter at root collar, the size of the crown. We're measuring the height of the tree. We're measuring all of the understory. We're in natural regeneration and standing dead and live timber. So, standing and lying dead timber. And so those are part of the measurements that we take. We take tree cores to verify growth rates, and then we will return at every 10 or 12 years, depending on which market we're working in, and do that exact same inventory.
So if there's a shift, you have 2-year operational management plans, and there's a shift in decision making around one unit or another, does that mess with your inventory process? If there is, because it's being presented as though it's the same 10 trees, I know that was just a, but
I was speaking casually, which one should never do, really.
Well, I just want to just for clarity for the group, is how rigid does that set of the verification or the monitoring for the country?
So what would happen is, let's say there's some sort of in our annual monitoring, we like for the landowners we work with to tell us which trees they cut, because we are wanting to keep things very, very specific and really strong records. And if our records of harvesting don't match, like the verifier will come back 10 years later and they will look at a subset of the plots. I think it's 10% at the start of the plots that we go down, and if our records don't match what's happening on the plots, they're going to look at another 25%. And until, you know, it looks like, you know, our calculations of the current carbon stocking on the property are correct.
Okay, that's helpful. Yeah, go ahead, Tom.
Tom, yeah, let me just add to that. So I think it's important to understand that the inventory and the intensity of it, because it's a permanent plot, right? So it's unlike an operational inventory, it's a permanent plot. You go back to that plot throughout the life of the project. It does not impact your decision making. I think I heard you say this, Tom. It doesn't impact your decision making. If you make a decision one year that no, we're not going to go into that unit and we're not going to harvest, but then 2 years later you decide to do that, you can do it. Having said that, you have to maintain that plot will be maintained over the life of the project. And if that inventory is harvested, those trees are harvested, it will be recognized as such. But you just have to have that accurate record of what that management activity was in the context of what Tommy was saying before. Your overall requirement in this carbon project is that you maintain stocks. It doesn't tell you where you need to maintain those stocks. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And Tom, some of what I've learned through this, and I don't know if this is what you're getting at, but when Tommy, you described all of that approach to inventory and what would need to be measured, and I think the context in this forest is it'd be good to talk about this at some point. We haven't gotten to this for the rest of the board members now, just so you know. OSU's also thinking about a lot of carbon related research on the forest, and I don't know, I think it's an interesting and still open question because we just haven't talked about it yet. Like, how does what inventorying according to a protocol that the new would be working with mesh or not with the approach to carbon related inventorying tied to the research that OSU would otherwise want to be doing anyway? And if they're synergistic or they can be, then great, because I'm assuming the cost of inventorying, Tommy, is something that's on the landowner to cover, and basically the cost of the credit.
Well, in our typical structure, we pay for all the upfront costs and we pay for all the monitoring and management costs while we're the developer. We get reimbursed through credit sales, and then we split the remaining profit with the landowner at a percentage that's based on the size and complexity of the project. We are not at a point where we're talking about what structure makes the most sense for this partnership, but it is typically a one-way flow of money from us to you.
Okay, that's a well, there's mine. I have a number of questions. I don't want to slow us down too much, but just out of interest, what does that average out to for a new or U.S. Forest Capital in terms of the I know it depends on the complexity of the project and size of the project, but roughly what?
It hasn't been contemplated yet, because we haven't finished our estimates of.
Okay. So when we did a project at Lubrecht Experimental Forest in Montana, Tom, you were affiliated with that. It was actually SIG, was the Spatial Informatics Group, but Tom, I thought you were part of that. No, okay, I thought there was a connection with you on that, but I can't remember exactly what it was, but the estimate was about 8 million for the project as a whole, and about on the order of 1.5 to 2 million went to SIG. About 25%. Is that an unrealistic or unreasonable rate? You don't have to, if you don't know. I just that was my recollection, and I can't.
It is not. I mean, I think I've 25% is not unreasonable, but everything.
A lot of real costs associated with, as you said, the inventory, the whole market there are real costs associated with setting up the
Sure.
deal, of course.
Yes, and for larger projects, it's possible to charge a smaller percentage and all of these different things. So we're not at a point in this project where I am comfortable talking about a structure because we don't, yeah.
I didn't mean to put you on the spot that way. I was just gonna say it, in Montana, we worked out a deal with SIG where some of the monitoring costs were covered by the university because we were doing that inventory, and it was just worked out in a way that a small portion of the costs were, on our back, but I can't remember details right now. And the last thing I was just gonna ask is with regard to an instance with Google, Disney, Goldman Sachs and offsetting. And those are usually fossil fuel emissions oriented offsets, whether it's flights or operations or energy consumption at Google. And of course, you're storing carbon in a short term in a live living system, and you have that buffer in place to deal with natural disturbances, but it very much is a permanent source of carbon that would not be emitted if it wasn't drilled, refined, and burned, versus a temporary storage in a living system that there's no guarantee that it will be permanent. In contrast, which just isn't a criticism, it's just the fact of life. And that carbon offsetting allows for some drawdown during a period of active management to reduce emissions. So I get that. What I'm wondering about, here we have the state of Oregon that has their own set of climate objectives and carbon objectives. And here's a state forest. And we're considering entering in the sale of carbon offsets to a individual external to the state, potentially external to the that will offset their emissions. But that makes that carbon for that 40-year, 100-year period cannot be used by the state as part of their carbon objectives or climate goals. Is that correct? Or
it depends on how the state decides to do it. If they do something called a corresponding adjustment, then that means they'll take any already developed forest carbon offset out of their accounting system and out of any reductions that they'd like to attribute to the state's activity. And it's our strong preference to work with states that use corresponding adjustments. It's also possible that they're doing a footprinting exercise and not some net zero exercise. And so they're just trying to, learn more, do better. It just depends on what the target is. And I'd also say that buyers from the geography in which the credits are generated are nearly always willing to pay a higher premium. And so that's the first place we look. And so and our Pacific Northwest credits sell very quickly. So because there aren't as many projects. So I'll just I'll add that. And yeah, no worries in asking your previous question. That is kind of an industry standard amount.
Yeah.
But we don't have anything on this. But yeah, I think it's an interesting thing to think about. And even though there is that offset happening, I think it's important to know that those offsets, that those emissions aren't being regulated and that they've already happened. And I appreciate what you're saying about comparing the permanence of them, though. But I would just caution folks to kind of internalizing that there's some causality in that the offset allows the emission. It's kind of the other way around, but I hear you on the duration of the emission versus the permanence of the offset. So would you guys like to shift now unless there are further questions?
Hey, Tommy, Keith's got a question, I think.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Thanks, Tommy. I wanted to first of all thank Thomas right, for the question about what a new or a similar group, what their cut is, because that was a question I had, and I just did kind of pencil that down to Brett, thank you. Number two, and this is to Tom, not Thomas, you mentioned that there was some flexibility, which was your word, and that you were that it requires that you maintain stocks, but I think the other part of that is you're not maintaining particular trees, but you're maintaining a particular stock amount. Is that right? So the flexibility would be for in this case, the university, if the research took them in a slightly different direction, there's you could do some horse trading, trees for trees.
Yes,
That's
so
correct.
yes, so you are saying that we are not going to harvest more than growth. And nobody is telling you where that harvesting happens or how it happens and what the silvicultural method is used in the voluntary market.
Okay, thanks.
So you know, that's why having a larger scale project makes a lot of sense, and why we've contemplated the entirety of the property in both the voluntary and the compliance scenario, is because you lose some of that flexibility when you reduce the project size. Because if you have, 80,000 acres and you want to manage 2,000 of them very intensively, it's totally possible that the growth on the rest of the property kind of carries the day. But if you take that down to a 30,000 acre project and you want to manage intensively on 2,000 acres, you might be SOL. You might be a little bit over your commitment to harvest less than growth. So I don't know if that makes sense, but yes, it does.
That scares the heck out of me, right? To tell you the truth, the idea about putting 82,000 acres into a project. So my next question is, if we have 82,000 acres, what would that, in your experience with your projects and the ones you have been involved with, how much typically would be used in a carbon sale?
It's our strong recommendation that you do exactly what you mentioned is most scary, but hopefully what I just told you makes you feel better.
No,
because
why it scares you?
No, because I think that I'm scared that we find that in the end you get in the way of the research. So and then I want to add one other thing, and I'm going to channel my inner Paul Beck here. And because he's not here, and he would wish me to say that when we talk about improved forest management, it may or may not be improved, and it's alternative forest management that we're advocating here. And improved is a way of is a value judgment on that. I know Paul Beck would ask me to say that, and so I'm just because his spirit.
Is that a way of saying improved forest management is too judgy?
Yes, yeah. So, but I get it. I'm not being critical. I'm just saying that it's a phrase that may or may not be actual, but it involves some value judgment there. So I wanted to.
Well, less of yeah, and it's just what the industry calls it.
Right.
And so no value judgment on our end for sure, but in an effort to be correct, that's the term that we'll use. But please don't insinuate a value judgment from us either. So I know we want to get into
Hey, Tommy, sorry, a few more questions.
One more question. So Tommy, if you're doing whether it's a 40-year project or a 100-year project, I know the new is involved in the beginning, in the inventory and all that. Do you continue to be involved every 10 or 12 years for the next inventory and that sort of thing?
We like to. So our contracts are typically 10 years long. We are willing to contemplate 5-year contracts. We're also willing to contemplate 20-year contracts. But when we are the developer that is contracted, we take care of all the monitoring obligations, the annual reports, the inventories, the verifications. We coordinate all those, we track them and we communicate them with the registry. And when that contract runs out, if you no longer work with a new, we'll get you set up to be able to run it on yourself, by yourself, or we can also just discuss recontracting, which is something we do with the majority of the landowners we work with. And at that point, we definitely reduce the percentage of credit sales that goes to a new, because project development is way harder than project maintenance.
And Tommy, sorry, just before we shift on, I want to check and see if there are others in the perspective board in the room and on Zoom. Jack, I see your hand, so we just want to get a quick little cue, but yeah, any perspective board members on Zoom, please feel free to also raise a hand and hop in after Jack.
So I just wanted to follow up on Keith's comment and Thomas to ask you if I'm hearing kind of the same thing. So Keith's concern seemed to be with a larger project area and impact to the research design. And I was wondering from an OSU perspective, if you saw it the same way. Do you see a larger project area providing more flexibility and therefore more easily compatible with research design, or do you see it the other way, that the smaller project is less likely to impact the research design? So I'm just trying to kind of get I'm trying to weigh those considerations. And Paul, I don't know, or Shannon or
Tom, do you have any response to that?
I'm sorry, I was
Yeah.
in another world.
that's okay. There's a lot of worlds around.
Yeah.
But so I'm just trying to get back to Keith's comment
Yeah.
about the larger project area being maybe more of a concern from a research standpoint, but it seems like you could argue that the larger project area provides more flexibility. So I'm just wondering, from your perspective, are you more concerned with a larger project in terms of conflicts maybe with the research design, or would you how does that large project versus small project work for you?
Well, I would imagine that the smaller project on like the CRW would be the least likely to have any conflict with the research activity, because there's just the restoration harvest activity within those units, which would certainly be considered improved, forest management on those old plantations. And expanding out to the full 82,000 gives more flexibility, but we've already hemmed ourselves in with so little flexibility because of the collaborative process that brought us to where we are today, which is a 35,000 acre large block conservation watershed and set of watersheds and and then distributed conservation areas within the managed watersheds. So that would be.
Okay, I just wanted to kind of check that through with
There's already very little flexibility baked into the overall design, so that does concern me.
But within CRW, that's less concerned.
Yes, less concerning, and I don't mean to say there's already too rigid, but we've already made a lot of agreements on what that whole system looks like. And we've limited ourselves to here's where any intensive will go, here's where the extensive will go, here's where the reserve acreage in the distributed reserve acreage would go within the managed watersheds. So it just puts us into a situation then if we sell carbon offsets on top of that have permanent monitoring plots across that whole area, it just brings me to think, and I'd be curious to hear Tom or Tommy's thoughts on that, but it would make me feel that there would be a significant restriction on activity, especially because we've baked into the project as a whole that it's an adaptive research design. So as we learn more, as we go forward, if the research tells us that we should be changing a certain way and we have restrictions on our ability to change, it eliminates that. And then the other research piece is that we envision doing offset studies, whether they're actual sale or not, I don't know, but we envision the board wanting OSU to evaluate that, because there's a lot of landowners throughout the coastal range that would potentially be interested in entering into the voluntary or compliance market. And these projects serve as demonstration, or, you know, could serve as demonstration or research opportunities on that front. That makes sense.
I might, I know Tom wanted to add something, but I'll just say, to the point of the existing restrictions in place, if you think about, again, very specifically, in particular, what the voluntary market is actually requiring of the landowner, it is less stringent than what the existing plan is. Very much fits in with whatever the commitment would be for a voluntary carbon project. And so I'm not certain that it does add any new kind of walls to your decision-making space. And I think the next section in the agenda could really help answer that. But Tom, I want to make sure you have a chance to make your comment.
Yeah, no, thanks, Tommy. And Tom, you know, a couple of things. One is, I think it's, as we go through this, it's really important to keep in mind, and Tommy mentioned this, I'll just mention it again, we'll keep mentioning it, that under an improved forest management project, the objective is to sequester carbon on an inventory basis. So the project tells you how much carbon, you're making a commitment to how much carbon you are committing to. You are not making any commitments to your management, to how you manage. In other words, the HCP and OSU's research approach, the triad approach, I'm not sure if it's still called the triad approach, is going to have more specifics on where, when, and how. So it's important that you just have in the back of your mind that what you're committing to is maintaining carbon stocks. You're not committing to how you maintain carbon stocks. And so actually going back to the original question here, that's why under this triad approach, I have to ask, is it still called, are you, Tom DeLuca, are you still calling it the triad approach?
Yes, it's still called triad,
Okay.
the
All right.
research, the overarching research design, but that, yes, there's studies nested within that design, but the overarching research design is triad. Yeah.
Okay. So the triad approach, because you have the forest allocated to these different management strategies, you will actually have more flexibility. If you were to do a carbon project, you will have more flexibility to make changes if you have a larger project than a smaller project. And if you had a smaller project, you'd probably have to carve up, I'm just thinking out loud, you have to carve up, you know, X acres from the CRWs, X from extensive and X from intensive, something like that. But as Tommy said in her presentation, that would limit the flexibility of changes that you may want to make in that project. But I do think, as Tommy said, as we keep going through this discussion, let's come back to this.
Yeah, we'll definitely come back to it. And yes, scale and flexibility go hand in hand in these markets. It's not necessarily intuitive, but you hem yourself in a bit if you go too small. But let's go.
I'm gonna ask really briefly, and it's the last comment, promise, Tommy. Jacob Bukowski is one of our faculty within the College of Forestry and specifically works in the area of carbon cycling and carbon analyses. And Jacob, would you like to just comment on the flexibility?
Yeah, just on the issue of the flexibility, I think certainly there's a lot of complicated details in there, but when I hear about the topic of restoration treatments and the conservation areas, you know, we also have to think about the baseline, because if there's already kind of a commitment to do those restoration treatments, then those areas, depending on where you have project activities in the forest, those might not be additional carbon credits. So I think that once you start to get into these baseline considerations and thinking about where on the forest you actually have your project activities, then it could further constrain the flexibility in terms of what can be done on that forest. But that's a point I think to get into with the baseline recommendations down the line.
I think we'll be getting
Great.
there shortly, right? To the baseline.
Yeah,
Okay.
we'll have a conversation about our assumptions, after we go through, unless Brett, you want to kind of switch the progression, but.
No, let's keep going, but first, I think Colin just raised his hand, at least I saw it pop up on the screen, and then let's move into the next slides after that.
Great.
Yeah,
Go
just an observation. It sounded like the comment was made that the commitment is to maintaining carbon stocks and that the commitment wouldn't limit flexibility and management. But I think for me, the level of carbon stocking that's sustainable and ecologically resilient is a central management question. It's a central research question. So by making a commitment to a certain level of carbon stocking, you are really limiting management to that management that would result in that level of carbon stocking. So it is a significant limitation on adaptive management and research. Thanks.
Thanks, Colin. All right, and welcome, Bob. Thanks for glad you made it in person.
Thanks.
All right, so want to continue with the slides, Tommy?
Sure, these aren't slides, but this is just an overview document that I'm happy to share with everybody after this. And it's meant just to provide a comparison between the voluntary and the compliance market for what landowner obligations are, how baselines are constructed, etc. So we've already talked about this a little bit, but in the voluntary market, your obligation is to harvest no more than annual growth and to protect those existing carbon stocks for the project term and to maintain any carbon stocks that are associated with credit issuances for the remainder of the project term, or to repay reversals in the event you decide to intentionally reverse those carbon stocks. You have to contribute a certain percentage of annual issuances to a buffer pool and certify your property if you're going to be harvesting commercially and complete all your monitoring obligations. And then in the compliance market, you are looking at more stringent requirements regarding percentage of native species, percentage of single species areas, percentage in young age classes, and the extent of your clear cuts. And you're agreeing not to do any broadcast fertilization and to maintain all lying and standing dead wood stocks. The monitoring obligations are incredibly similar. They're just on different timestamps. And so that inventory is 10 or 12. That verification is every 5 or 6. Annual reporting is annual. And otherwise, these are pretty similar requirements, except for one is over 100-year term and the other is over a 40-year term. Now, the baseline scenario for a voluntary and a compliance project are very different. And in the voluntary context is a forward-looking baseline. And so you're building a scenario in which the current or similar landowner manages the property without a carbon project in order to maximize financial returns. But you still have to work within regulatory and legal constraints. You still have to work within operational constraints. And the protocol dictates that the baseline must consider the legal, financial, and operational implications. But it is modeling what might happen in the absence of the project. Again, forward-looking. The compliance baseline is completely different. It's backward-looking, really, or more kind of in the present. But for a public forest like the Elliott State Research Forest, whose forest stocks have been increasing over time, so you've been adding carbon on the forest when you look at the past 5 to 10 years, you have to either utilize a existing forest in your region that has 60 years without harvesting or is 60 years old, or you look at a regional kind of growth model that's been approved for your initial value, and you come up with an estimate of carbon stocking on that forest, and you average it out over 100 years, so you have a flat baseline, and you use that as the baseline. And so it's a static value in each year of the project. And your starting carbon stocking is compared to that. And so there are scenarios in which you don't get credits for the first X years because you're trying to grow your forest up to that baseline. Or you have an excess of credits compared to that baseline, an excess of stocking compared to that baseline, in which case you would be issued credits. But that's just something to keep in mind, that there's it's a little bit different. And then pricing is different. So we're looking at average pricing in the voluntary market around $14.50 a ton for the conservation credits, and about $22 a ton for removal credits. And for both markets, we assume 5% annual growth. And then in the compliance market, $18.50 to $19.50 a ton is what we're seeing. And overall, in compliance markets, demand is regulatory driven and is therefore pretty predictable. Pricing is therefore it's growing because demand is growing, but it's growing at a rate that is more predictable. And in the voluntary market, demand is growing significantly, especially for improved forest management type credits. And you can buy removal or conservation credits, and those prices are different. And there are sometimes more credits that are generated in the voluntary market because of the differences in how things are calculated. So that comes with some positives and negatives that are sort of inherent to both of those things. But Tom, I'll pause and see if you have anything to add just on the real differences between these options.
No, just, and we're going to get into this in a second, Tommy, and it gets back to that last really important question, is how you calculate baseline. What is your project scenario versus what is your baseline scenario? Mm-hmm. And it's always difficult because you're trying to determine what could be, not what is, right? It's mm-hmm. important to think about it that way, that, if we know what it is today, what could happen over the next 40 to 100 years under existing laws that might change, or biology that might change. But that's fundamentally where I think the focus needs to be in answering some of these larger questions.
Yeah, and I think when we think about the compatibility between a carbon project and research, we really want to start thinking about those commitments that we just walked through. And so, especially in the voluntary market, harvesting can happen anywhere in the forest that prescription is legal or within your management plan, as long as you're cutting less than growth. And so if research isn't going to lead to harvesting over 100% of growth, then I actually think that there's more to explore in terms of how can it be compatible, because but perhaps I need a better understanding of the research needs or the decision space that really needs to be reserved. We think it would be interesting to think about this as a collaborative opportunity. Buyers pay big premiums for high integrity credits that are conducted with scientific oversight. We could work together on research into things like, do mills actually process less when nearby landowners enter into carbon projects? How much soil carbon is associated with these methodologies that isn't being calculated? Are we over or underestimating the carbon stored in long-lived wood products? What's the real impact on rural livelihoods? The interplay between carbon storage and biodiversity has endless options. And so I think we have an opportunity to have a quality carbon project and to meaningfully add to the space of market approaches to environmental protection with not misinformation, but actual facts. And I think that would be a cool thing to explore should it be something that's appropriate here. And if in the event that compliance is a viable thing, there's few public projects that are in the compliance market. And so it would be precedent setting, but, to just record those lessons learned in that process, not only to research it. So, and I think you mentioned before that the demonstration potential is high for other landowners and for students. And so, you know, I'd love to learn more about what the kind of red, yellow, green flags are, so to speak, regarding the research planning that's contemplated, and you know, whatever kind of adjustments or adaptability needs to be incorporated. It's possible that it's workable.
Thanks,
all.
Tommy. I want to just pause really quickly and see kind of on your overview of the voluntary versus compliance, if there's any kind of specific questions from the prospective board, clarifications on that front with regard to what Tommy just shared.
Well, can I put it maybe more pointed, because I know the OSU letter from August 2022 was focused on concerns over the compliance market. Does that imply that that's where the primary source of the concern is, and there are more openness around the voluntary market? And if that's the case, like, what is it about the compliance or the voluntary that makes one for you better than another?
Well, you know, I'd welcome others in the team to step in on this, but first of all, it's 100 years versus 40, which is more than, you know, double the voluntary market. The voluntary market seems to have a greater flexibility associated with it than the compliance market. Now, we didn't take it because of that. We have a single system we could look at with regard to CARB and the regulatory market and say, okay, we can see what this would look like for the Elliott, whereas for the voluntary market, there was greater uncertainty and there's greater opportunities, I should say, as well. So we didn't want to be specific about something we didn't have specificity on. And I don't know if that, I said that in a way that makes sense, but anything that
and if you guys have questions that we didn't answer through that overview, let us know. Like, we have an open line of dialogue. You can email us or anything.
That's great, thank you.
Sure.
Yeah, I think we should get into the baseline issue too, and that'll probably open up more conversation.
Let's do it. Tom, I'll have you kick that off.
Yeah, I think, Tommy, we've sort of been skirting around here. Let me just maybe present more of a summary. So your project scenario, so when we were contracted, we started looking at how do we address in a feasibility analysis what's called the project scenario, which is what you're going to do, which I think I'm going to make some statements, and there's a question mark at the end of each one of these, as well as being a statement. The first is, we think that the project scenario, which is what you're going to do, is pretty straightforward. That's the research program. And what we spent a lot of time in is what's the baseline? What could you do? What could you do? There's really sort of three things. Tommy mentioned them. I sort of look at it from a little bit of a different way. What is the historically, what happened on the property? If this was industrial timberland, that would be easy, right? A lot of our projects are industrial timberland. They've harvested X for 10 years. That's what they could do, right? It's easily measurable. There's a straightforward history. In this case, there was a pretty straightforward history up until, somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, about 2010, 2013. But we've sort of been in a no man's land for the last 10 years. So there isn't a history, because people were trying to figure out how to apply northern spotted owl, murrelet, and anadromous fish restrictions under Endangered Species Act. So that was question number one. Question number two is sort of, what is the legal framework? What could you do under law? That's state law, federal law. And then the third is, where is the flexibility for policymakers? And so what we did, for starters, that we want to run by you is, we said, well, the project scenario, we focused in on the draft HCP. We know it's a draft HCP, We know it has a ways to go, but we think it represents the best information to date on answering sort of those three questions, right? And so we looked at alternative 2, or when I say we are looking at alternative 2, thinking about having alternative 2 serve as our project scenario. And we are looking at alternative 4 as
Alternative 2, Tom, is the proposed action alternative, right?
right.
Okay.
Thank you, Tom. Yeah, it's the proposed action alternative. And alternative 4 is the increased timber scenario. So what we didn't want to do was go say, oh yeah, we could go back to the way it was in, 2010 and before, because we don't think that's realistic given ESA restrictions. We also recognize that that the project scenario could change. And it could change in 2 years, it could change in 10 years, it could change in 20 years, right? We're looking out into the future. There's the flexibility within the state or to make those changes if they wanted to do it. And so that baseline and that project scenario is where we're thinking about focusing our feasibility analysis. And and so we're open to folks' perspective on that. And I want to say, as we talk about this, these other questions we've just been talking about, Colin, you made a good point. That's core to this, your decision, right? That's core to your decision, DSL's decision. But what we're trying to get at here today is something to grab onto to give you a sense for the feasibility of a carbon project. So that's our current thinking, given that we started working on this about 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, and I threw up some, more details behind Tom's great description of, where we're landing in terms of our draft assumptions. And we want feedback from you guys. And we wanted to get that feedback before we started using these assumptions to actually run numbers on whether or not a project would be viable. So as Tom mentioned, you have that 2016 inventory. So to get at our current stocking estimate that we have here, at 213.14 tons of carbon per acre, we took that 2016 stocking level and added a harvest-free growth rate for 7 years, added 10% of additional carbon stocking for anything that was pre-merchantable, and got to about 17 million tons total across the forested acre, and across the forested area. And we identified a growth rate of 1.9% a year. We corroborated that with folks from OSU, and it also aligns with regional data. And then in building that baseline, we looked at alternative 4, because it is a realistic alternative, and it is the alternative that leads to the most kind of merchantable timber being taken off the property within the context of, the DEIS. And so we wanted to go with that. And we weighted the harvesting to the first, 20 to 25 years. And it's an average of 51.33% of growth over 40 years, which is the exact thing that's within the alternative and that, was within one of the scenarios that Tom modeled back in 2019 too. And then the harvesting level associated with the proposed action alternative is about 27.55% of growth. And so that's how much you would be kind of allowed to harvest in the context of the project, which is what you've proposed you would do anyway. And you guys know the contract terms. So I'll see what feedback or questions come from these draft assumptions.
Yeah, I'm curious, because this is the level of detail that's, sorry, Jenna, deeper than what was presented to the land board, and it's really relevant. If it's too much, if it's too detailed, let Tommy know. But the reason is assumptions drive models and models drive numbers. And so before coming in with any kind of a potential number, I think we wanted to start with a discussion with you all around what are the assumptions behind any number that comes forward eventually.
Tommy, you've got two different harvest rates or percentages of growth here. You've got in your baseline modeling, harvest weighted in the first 20 years, 53% of growth over 40 years. And then in the harvesting levels, you're saying that you're harvesting 27
Exactly.
change. So what's the difference there?
So the baseline is, remember how a voluntary project is forward-looking, and you want to build a baseline scenario where the existing or another landowner could harvest to the legal, financial, and operational kind of max for profit. That's the baseline. And so we thought about the legal max as one of the specified alternatives, the most harvest forward alternative, which is alternative 4. And the baseline is then that scenario, which would contemplate 51.33% of growth over 40 years, with a lot of that harvesting weighted to the first kind of 20-25 years of the project. And the harvest level that you see here is the harvesting that would occur in the context of the carbon project. And so every year you would be harvesting less than growth, but on average you would be harvesting about 27.55% of growth over, a 10-year period. And so that's what you would do in the context of the carbon project. The baseline is just a scenario that we build to kind of calculate how many credits you might generate. So any other, Colin, you have a hand up?
Yeah, could you address the baseline? What is alternative 4, and is that realistic? Or is that, I guess, would it be proper to use that as a baseline given the direction that we've set for the Elliott through statute?
Mm-hmm. So it's alternative 4 in the draft habitat conservation plan. And
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. Maybe Tom, are you
Well,
Yeah, sure. So
but Tom, can I jump in really quick? Because I think for context, it's like we're not, part of what we need to know is not necessarily whether any of you all as individual board members loves alternative 4 versus alternative 2. It's more whether alternative 4 is plausible. So what it's been proposed as, Colin, in the draft DIS is this is an alternative way to meet the purpose and need of achieving an HCP and ESA compliance. The statute directs that this is going to be a research forest with an HCP. I think some folks probably on the advisory committee or now proposed prospective board would prefer alternative 4 probably over alternative 2, whereas others would prefer alternative 3 over alternative 2, and alternative 3 is the more conservation protective alternative path. But either way, I think like we're not asking for a popularity vote. It's more is what the NEPA draft environmental impact statement analyzed as alternative 4 a plausible outcome if things if realities changed, if things fell apart around the proposed action, or if some other outcome for the Elliott were advanced in the course of 10-20 years. I think that's more the feedback question is not whether you love it, but is it plausible? Is a baseline potential outcome? Yeah, so maybe we're
the baseline should be a conservative but also realistic estimate of a profit maximizing management scenario, because within the context of what's legal and within regulation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that goes to my question, which is that it's not at all realistic that the Elliott under any scenario would be managed to maximize profit. And using that as a baseline scenario gives you an inflated assessment of how much carbon you would actually be sequestering.
Well, we didn't actually, so I think that there are perspectives we could take which would be more aggressive in baselining than what we took. Because as Tom mentioned, we could go back and look at how much was being harvested, 10 years ago as an example of what's legal or operationally feasible. But instead we looked at what's been approved within the existing habitat conservation plan. So it is quite realistic because it was one of the realistic alternatives put forward. It just happened to be the most timber focused.
I guess I would counter that if you're looking at measuring what the level of carbon sequestration that would be additional, for your baseline, it would be appropriate to look at what the management scenario would be, all other things being equal, without the carbon agreement in place. And in this case, I don't see that there's any difference. We're not looking at, we've already made a decision as to what the future management of the Elliott should look like. We're not, and we're looking at selling carbon credits after the fact. My concern is that there's no additionality, and looking at this alternative 4 as a baseline is, it results in the appearance that we're doing something that results in more carbon sequestration by selling carbon credits, when that's not actually the case.
Thanks for raising that consideration, Colin. I also wanted to go to Mike in the room.
Yeah, so a question, I guess for Tommy. Eventually, there will be issued from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and National Marine Fisheries Service and incidental take permits for the project. How does that figure into what the baseline is? Because the incidental take permit, in my mind, is what the baseline could be. But I'm misinterpreting that.
Yeah, I think, can you guys, Tom or Tommy, speak to the?
Yeah, let me speak.
Because I do think the framing around baseline, maybe Mike, is not how Anu is thinking about it. Or your framing around baseline is, I think, different than how they're thinking about it.
Yeah, well, I think, let me, if I may start on this. So, so Mike, your question, there's alternative 1. Well, first of all, again, in context is we're using the EIS, draft EIS, because that is a standard for what is legally defensible under the Endangered Species Act, right? For 4 different alternatives. And so, Mike, alternative 1 is the no action alternative. And the no action alternative basically allocates the forest into harvest areas and non-harvest areas. And the harvest areas are basically all clear cut, even age clear cutting, right? Maximizing return in those acres allocated to management. Alternative 4, I don't have these this is exactly right. Alternative 4, it's interesting. Alternative 4 has a higher harvest, but fewer acres that are clear cut. It actually allocates more acres into the extensive. And so, and I want to be clear here, we didn't go into all the whys and whens and hows these alternatives were put together. We're looking for something to define baseline. So alternative 4 has the equivalent to the CRWs, the thinning areas, extensive, and even age management. And overall, it creates a higher harvest level because there's more acres in extensive and more volume being taken out of that. So we could use alternative 1 as the baseline. But our initial thinking, and, you know, we ran this by DSL, was that if you wanted to have some semblance of the research program, if some future administration or whatever decision makers wanted to have some semblance of the research program, that alternative 4 would be the more likely scenario. So, Mike, I don't know, that was a long answer to your short question. I hope that was, we could use alternative 1, which is the no action alternative incidental take permit on every harvest, you know, you'd go forward with. Alternative 4 was sort of a halfway, I don't know if that's the right way to say it, some kind of mix between no action and the research program, but it had higher harvest levels. Did I answer your question, Mike? I'm not sure I did.
Thanks, Tom.
So maybe I'm not real clear, and maybe this is a question for those in the room. So what was sent to the services had several different alternatives. At some point, and maybe I'm wrong on this, they will decide which alternative they're going to issue the incidental take permit for, or
No,
is it a permit for whatever alternative you decide to use. I'm not clear on how all this would work.
yeah, so let me know if this helps. So what was sent to them was the proposed action, proposed HCP. Under NEPA, they have to analyze alternatives to meeting the purpose and need. The purpose and need being compliance with the ESA and a programmatic permit and HCP. So they have to analyze alternatives to the proposal as well as the no action alternative, like if there is no HCP, what happens? So that's the informational most current analysis of like what are the scenarios based on the assumption that the state will probably want an HCP for this forest, because going back to take avoidance involves a lot of costs and uncertainty. So that's in part why no action alternative was not chosen as the baseline versus alternative 4. But then the other end of that is compared to the proposed path. I mean, what if in some future election, there's a new land board, new governor, that person is more sympathetic to increased harvest, doesn't want to scrap the research for us, but wants to maximize harvest revenue. Or, I mean, I think like some of the interests we've heard even from around this table are the financials need to be higher, like scrap a lot of the of what you've got, rearrange and redo the research design to get to a higher level of harvest. What if that happened? Like, what are the reasonable bounds on what you could achieve from increasing harvest, but still stick within the confines of having a research forest, whether or not it's triad based or something else, and having an HCP. And so that's kind of what where we landed on alternative 4.
So I know, yeah, Shannon's got a question, and then I'm not sure if there were any other slides from Tom and Tommy, but I also want to make sure that there's some time for the prospective board to kind of dialogue amongst yourselves. Kind of had some opportunity to do clarification questions, and we'll maintain the open communication channel for that going forward, but just want to flag that I know we've got lunch on the horizon at around 12:30, and we can kind of decide then if we also want some more time after lunch to continue the board dialogue. So Shannon and then Brett.
Yeah, thanks, Jenna. My question is kind of following up on some of the things that Mike and Colin were both saying. And about how people are thinking about baselines in the context of the timelines that we're operating within. So, Tommy gave some details about how project development happens and what that timeline looks like. We're also on a timeline as part of Senate Bill 1546 about when the draft of the HCP needs to be submitted to the services, the final draft, and when an FMP needs to go per decision by the state land board. And so we're talking about alternatives and the environmental impact statement as a baseline. But presumably, if we do meet the deadlines in Senate Bill 1546, there will be an HCP with that describes a research design and a certain hardness level that's different from alternative 4. And that would already be sort of going through the pipeline with the services. And then the FMP is also following that sort of core design that's in the HCP. So it's not reflecting alternative 4 or one of these other alternatives. So if we're thinking about this in the context of the timelines that we're in, and then when a potential carbon project would be developed, it seems like we would have more information about what's in the HCP and I guess taking that as the baseline. And I'm not sure if that question made sense, but I'm just I'm trying to tease apart where we are with these timelines and what, to Colin's question, is an accurate baseline as opposed to some of these alternatives that are part of the EIS and that have been contemplated.
Yeah. So does that get,
That kind of gets to the.
yeah,
That's what you were saying too.
Kind of getting that too.
so can Tom tell me, speak to that, because that so it is the heart of it. So long as the proposed action alternative 2 carries forward, why isn't that the baseline?
You could change that at any point, right? Or you tell me. I'm assuming that if that's selected and board members change, things change, that decision could change. And it's also a decision that you've proactively entered into. You would still be within your legal right to choose option 4. And so I guess that's how I would think about it.
In other words, if there's new political direction,
right,
they could go back to the services and say, we're out. We want you to reevaluate and give us an HCP based on alternative 4 as a potential outcome of change.
Right. And in terms of, yeah, I mean, I think that's how I would think about it, is that the decision to take the proposed alternative is a decision that's being made also in the context of conversations that are ongoing about carbon too. And so there's the potential to sort of look at this as kind of one decision in a way.
All right, Colin, you had a hand raised?
Yeah, it sounds like what you're saying is that the rationale for using alternative 4 as a baseline is that direction can change on the Elliott that would promote higher harvest levels. I just have to question how realistic that is. It seems like we're choosing an unrealistic baseline that would inflate carbon benefits, where in reality, I think it's probably more realistic that due to politics that there would be direction change on the Elliott that would result in reduced harvest. So why not use a scenario that has a reduced harvest given compared to the current proposed alternative? Why not use that scenario?
Well, let me ask you a question. If alternative 4 isn't realistic, how did it end up in the habitat conservation plan?
Or in the environmental analysis.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, there's also a take avoidance alternative in the habitat conservation plan EA. It doesn't sound like it's at all realistic that the state land board is going to select that alternative. They've made very clear that or Vicky has that's not a viable option. Those alternatives are in the EA for comparative analysis purposes only.
But that's what the baseline versus. The baseline exists as a comparative means.
Yeah, I mean, I think that if we were sitting here saying, well, if we're not going to sell any carbon credits, we're going to select alternative 4, and that's how we're going to manage the forest. If we do sell carbon credits, we're going to select alternative 2, which results in more storage. Then it would be appropriate to use alternative 4 as a baseline. But I don't hear anybody from DSL or the state land board or on the advisory committee saying that we're going to manage under alternative 4 if we don't sell carbon credits.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I'm curious if there's any more from Tommy or Tom or others on it.
Yeah, so the baseline,
Hey,
yeah,
Tommy, one second. I know, Colin, I think, I mean, the current land board is weighing in as per the email that came out Friday around their interest in a carbon project. I think all I am pointing out is the baseline comparative analysis. If at some point in the future that land board were different, could one envision that the direction is, say, get an HCP, but not on the terms of the proposed action, on other terms that yield higher harvest? And that's what alternative 4 is. Not that the current land board is saying that, or that well, I'm not going to opine on what people in the room would say as an individual preference, but it seems plausible.
And Tommy, sorry, just before you respond really quickly, I also want to see if related to this point, I saw hands from Bob and Mike. Want to just get a chance to get their voices on this before you respond.
Sure.
Okay, well, I mean, it seems to me that it's not so much about what happens in the future right now, but it's more about the land board is making a choice to some degree to put its thumb on the middle alternative rather than going one or the other. So they are foregoing voluntarily to some degree financial benefit that could have accrued. As you see, that's the argument for using 4 as the baseline, is the choice not to go with that, even if politically it was not viable for whatever reason. The state made a decision to go with a more moderate approach, chose to forego some harvesting, and that's the delta that we're using. I think it also sets up the opportunity to, I think it is possible that we'll become more restrictive over time. I don't think that's out of the question, but there are some places where we can do that without violating the terms of this agreement. I mean, for example, we now have a 50-year harvest rotation on the partials. We could increase that. We talked about this, increase it to 90 or 100 years. That would bring in more revenue as well. So, you know, I think there's a credible case to be made for alternative 4 as the baseline.
And just a clarifying question for myself too. So with a baseline, am I correct that it has to be something that obviously it has to be legal? Where does the incidental take permit that we end up with factor into what's legal? So I'm thinking if the incidental take permit is based on alternative 2 or whatever it's based on, does that then become the base for what's legal? Or does the voluntary market allow, maybe if you put that slide up that you had, what the baseline was, how it's calculated? That might be where I'm getting confused as to how it's
yeah, and I think I'm not quite comfortable sort of talking about the impact of carbon on an incidental take.
But not necessarily this particular one. You had one that compared the voluntary versus the compliance, and I think there was a thing.
Oh, the Word document that you had up earlier.
Oh, yeah. I can bring that back up. So I think that that's a good one to actually go back to, because what we're talking about is what makes for a voluntary baseline. And I think the important thing to look at in the definition of the protocol is that you're looking at this landowner or another landowner is managing the property for maximum financial returns. Like that's the scenario that the baseline is contemplating. And you have to put limits on that in terms of operability. Are there mills close by that could process that material? Legal and regulatory constraints, what is allowed? And also financially, like, could you pay to get, things out of the woods and things like that? But it's saying, okay, this landowner doesn't do a carbon project and they're going to manage the property to maximize profit. What does that look like? And that's what the baseline is.
Hey, Tommy, I want to be clear just because when you say maximize profit, I want to be clear here. It's not maximize profit in the context of a private landowner. It could be,
right. Yes.
In this case, we're trying to be conservative. So when we think of maximize profit, it's really sort of going back to the alternative forest management versus improved forest management is a term, but it's what could somebody do maintaining the research program, maintaining all the non-timber harvest financial attributes of the property. I mean, the delta between alternative 4 and alternative 2 is relatively small. I want to be clear here. We haven't even run the numbers yet. So what we're trying to do within 60 days is come up with some kind of a baseline that would make sense to the prospective authority and DSL. And this is a really good conversation. Colin, I think you laid out one alternative, which is we're assuming nothing changes for 40 years. I'm putting words in your mouth a little bit, but I think that's sort of what I heard, that from a carbon project development standpoint, nothing changes in 40 years. Alternative 2 or some variation of that is implemented. That's the decision. And what a carbon project does is say, well, you could go to alternative 4, but if you do, you're locking in that sequestration. That's the difference. And if we should use alternative 3, there probably isn't a carbon project because there's no delta there, right? I mean, you're harvesting less. So in alternative 1, we could do that. There's a good case to be made that alternative 1 would be the alternative. It actually harvests less than alternative 4. So we can use any of those, or for that matter, we could use something else, but we thought that this was the best place to hang our hat.
And we appreciate the feedback. Absolutely. I think my comments during this part of our discussion have mostly been to help make sure that folks understand like the nature of a baseline. And I think, but if you do understand the nature of your baseline and you're telling me that this is not a realistic scenario of a profit maximizing Elliott State Research Forest, then yeah, we need to look at it.
Well, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thank you, Tom and Tommy. It's a lot of information and definitions and numbers and just really helpful framing on, kind of this whole potential picture as a whole. Definitely want to continue to make space if folks have questions for Tom and Tommy. And it'd be great also if after the meeting you wouldn't mind sharing the slides and the overview document so folks can look at that after the meeting. I know we're just about at 12:30. Yeah, hang on one second. We're gonna go to lunch just a little bit late because we want to have some time right now, shifting away a little bit from the specific baseline assumptions and those numbers and just general prospective board reactions and feelings about, you know, kind of what we've heard today and sort of the broader question of like the potential carbon project as a whole. Brett, any other framing you want to add on that?
No, I think just saving time for that is what we want to do. There, if you've got more questions, go for it, but I think just getting a sense of where you all are on the prospect of a potential carbon project would be helpful, given that, I mean, yes, folks are interested who are not in this room, but, you know, knowing that the statute places the decision in the board's hands, once the board can make decisions, having a sense of where you all are now is important.
Yeah, I mean, just one last question for you. You may have answered, so I apologize if you did, but under alternative one, under the no change alternative, my recollection is that's sequestering more carbon, right? So you couldn't go with that and actually get additionality. Is that right?
It's less harvest than 4.
Yeah, okay, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then we are still working on building out a compliance scenario too, just to show you guys what that would look like. It was part of our contract. And I can very briefly just show that. But the harvesting levels are the same, the growth rate's the same, the stocking is the same, the acreage is in the same. But here, you know, we're looking to identify a forest that's been uncut for 60 years to use as a reference. And so if you guys have any suggestions, if you know of a forest that's been growing for 60 years in the region, we'd love to hear that suggestion, because otherwise we're subject to building the baseline in the compliance model based on like approved growth models and like a validator or something. And it would just be a little bit less accurate potentially. And so finding something that's a little bit similar to your forest would be great. So that's more of a request out to the crowd. If you know of anywhere that we could look, let me know.
Forest of the same acreage, like size.
Any size is actually okay.
Okay. I mean, yeah, like the grassy knob wilderness area, for example.
Yeah, we'll send some thoughts on that.
Thank you. That would be really helpful, but otherwise the assumptions there would be very similar.
Thank you both, really appreciate it, and just want to kind of reiterate again that, you know, as you all mentioned earlier, your feasibility analysis is still ongoing. You know, open conversation with Prospective Board and others is still continuing, and there'll be more information from y'all to come. So thank you for being here today and sharing everything that you did. I know it's been a morning, so thanks all for hanging in on this rainy day here in Corvallis, and promise we'll get you to lunch in just a few, but.
Are we gonna come back and revisit this?
You want to do it now, right before lunch?
I think while everybody's here and
that's
thoughts are
what I'd-
still fresh.
That's what I'd like.
Okay, yeah, just want to do a check. You know, we don't have to go around robin, you know, around the room to hear every single person, but would like to make sure everybody has a chance to share their perspectives, thoughts on opportunities, concerns, kind of outstanding questions you have, not to answer right now, but to flag that need to be addressed down the road. So Jack?
So my perspective in just in terms of the big picture of all this is that I think there's a lot of interest in carbon markets and you know what these opportunities are for Oregon, and I think that there seems like there should be some synergy almost between OSU's research interests from carbon and ANU's marketing questions, and so I you know would love to think that somehow there's some way to integrate those research questions with with whether it's the inventory and monitoring or more of a research, specifically say the below ground carbon or whatever storage or whatever it might be, that could be found as a way to explore this whole subject of carbon markets, at least for kind of Western Oregon, to do on the Elliott. So, I would love to see some future where OSU could work with new to make this happen, because I think there is so much interest, and we seem to have a perfect scenario in some degree of OSU gearing up for the research in carbon and how to monitor that and some of the more specific research questions with this kind of a project. So in some respects, it seems like there's a lot of potential if we can assure that the design of all of this doesn't really hamper the research, the established research elements. So I think there's some neat things to like here, and I just don't know maybe enough about that hamper component.
Right.
To
Well, I think that's a really, okay to just respond. I think that's a really good point, Jack, and that's what we've been talking about for quite a while now, is that we would like to see this as a research opportunity for the future, not enter into specifically, we talked about not enter into the compliance market, because it locks it in. We're not doing research then. We're not testing new or alternative opportunities that are out there in the carbon offset world. We are simply committing the overstory, the timber, because there's no below ground carbon component to the current offset system, that we are committing that timber the same as harvesting it, except that it's still in place. We're committing it to an offset scheme. And so that is something that we have expressed total interest in doing at a smaller scale, at a specific unit type approach. We will have intensive carbon monitoring in place for the research watersheds in particular, but also in the conservation watershed. So there would be a lot of opportunity on that front, I think. And that's one of the reasons why we've expressed concern about entering the market prematurely. Why the rush? And I know one of the reasons for the rush is startup costs, and I get it. And we lack startup costs. We have our funding. We have been clear about startup funding from the outset, like it's written right into the research proposal. But we never, as a collective, not pointing fingers, we have never addressed where that's going to come from exactly and how we might have, but it's always been baked into the concept of getting this thing off the ground. And so carbon's being thrown out there as one of the ways to do that. So I get it, but it also then constrains the research that can be done down the road. I mean, and Jacob, you could probably address this much better than I could, but there are opportunities out there on carbon marketing that aren't being considered in this current. Yeah, so there are research opportunities.
Yeah, thank you. So, and I wanted to flag, I saw a hand from Mike, so I wanted to see if you wanted to respond to.
Yeah, so just in the overall, how are we feeling about this? I wouldn't want something that would tie the hands on the research by any means. And I'll be honest, even a 40-year commitment to me is a little scary as to what we're committing to. If we're looking at it as the answer to the startup costs, from looking at the timeline that they were talking about, it wouldn't be soon enough. So if that's the sole reason, I mean, probably not, but if that would be the sole reason for going after it, at this point, I don't think it meets the needs. I've looked at some carbon market stuff in the past, for the tribe, and we've been skeptical about it, for various reasons, but probably carry some of that over into this discussion.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I go the other way. I'm not thinking about it as much for startup costs. I'm thinking about it more for operational costs, honestly, and taking some of the pressure on that we've been dealing with for the last several months. And while I understand the need for flexibility at OSU, what I think we're hearing today is that basically, assuming the additionality analysis is legitimate and plans out, that basically OSU would be allowed to do what it is committed to doing in this plan. And at some point, you know, those commitments are going to become firm on the HCP, on the forest management plan. I mean, there's flexibility, but it's flexibility within boundaries. And what this does is kind of pays the state for locking in those boundaries. I hope those boundaries aren't flexible in the long run because a lot of time trying to get to them. So I don't see that we're giving up that much. I think we're alleviating some of the pressure, and we're also opening up some opportunity to think about some things differently if we want to, not within the research context, but within the, again, for example, the partial watersheds, which are now flexible. If we want to take advantage of that flexibility in a way that's ecologically beneficial, we can capture some of that lost revenue through this as well. So I think it actually opens us up to be able to be more likely to achieve what we said we want to do, without giving up a whole lot.
I'm gonna jump in. I got an emergency phone call I gotta make. I'm with Mike. This, I mean, especially at a forest-wide carbon project scares the hell out of me. This is not, we were never in this to create an LA state carbon forest. And I think if we've got to trust OSU, that if it gets in the way of the research, it gets in the way of the research. And I think they've been open to say that there are projects, carbon projects that will fit, and there's a carbon project size that will work. And that's what we need to explore, the ones not on a forest-wide basis. That is, I think, we've changed the game into what we've been working on for 5 years here. We talked about carbon, but never on the forest-wide. And if OSU is concerned in that regard, and I trust that they remain open, then that's a huge red flag. And I can be very candid, and I appreciate Tom and Tommy, but there was one point where Thomas was concerned about the flexibility, and I think that we're going to have to trust Oregon State's concern about what flexibility is, and trust Oregon State's knowledge of markets. And if you want to speak to them about that issue and can bring them along, then I'm fine with that. But until, other than that, I think we've changed the game here. Vicki, I hope that's not a way the land board goes without conversation with this group. It's specifically about conversation with OSU. And I got an emergency phone call to make, but I'm concerned.
Thanks, Keith. Teresa?
Yeah, I think that's good, like, hear all the different perspectives that people have. This is my first introduction into anything related to the carbon market, really, in like a practical sense. So I think this has been really helpful for me. Kind of based on what Keith said, and what I heard from some of, I guess from Tom earlier, was I think it would be helpful, I don't know if it's already part of the analysis that I knew was going to do, but to see what it would look like to do a project only on the CRW, as you brought up, or on the whole forest, because to me, it kind of sounded like there would actually be more flexibility if you considered the whole forest, because there's so much we're not cutting in the CRW. So I just think that would be helpful to see the comparison. And also looking at, you know, if we did do the voluntary versus the compliance, like what would, if the regulatory market actually would realistically fit into what OSU is wanting to do? Because if, I guess like what you said, if it doesn't realistically match up at all with the plan or the proposed, you know, management plan, then it's not something that makes sense to consider. But if there is, if it does have the potential to line up, you know, what are the benefits of looking at it if it can realistically work versus the voluntary market? So those are some of the kind of additional details I think that would help me understand, you know, pros and cons. And just one clarifying question for Tom or Tommy on that note. So the kind of the commitment to have more growth versus harvest, is that over the contract term? So over the 40 years or over the 100 years, basically, in the two scenarios you're looking at?
I don't know if we lost Tommy. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, yeah, because that's interesting too. I feel like if you have a commitment to have more growth versus harvest in that time period, the 100 years gives you more flexibility, it seems like, if it fits, if the other requirements fit. So that's just kind of, I don't know, some of my first takeaways listening to it. So I don't know if you have an answer to that now, if that's something you can look at more as you further analyze the possibility.
We can definitely relay that to Tommy if she did have to drop since we're going a little over, but I appreciate you kind of raising the questions around, you know, what those comparisons might actually look like.
Yeah.
Knowing that there are a lot of potential, you know, decisions and flexibilities around pursuit overall, potential pathways, you know, placement and scale of those. And, you know, I think you've all raised some valid considerations and thoughts about opportunities or concerns so far.
We go to the members of the phone.
Yeah. Yeah, so Tom and then Colin, Melissa, if you're on and want to share anything, please feel free to hop in after Tom.
Okay, I was just gonna say, I appreciated the overview by Tommy and Tom. And, you know, the emphasis on making certain that offset is real. I think that that is something that the state will need to grapple with. And in addition to this board, is that we do not, on a world-class research forest, want to enter into an agreement that ends up being considered suspect. I'm sure everybody's seen a lot of examples globally of carbon offset agreements that are then called into question later. Is there really additionality? And if you have a research forest that is claiming to be doing fully unbiased, replicated research that is, you can't have it subject to a questionable funding mechanism that underpins the whole thing. I think that would be major egg on the face for the state of Oregon if that were the case. So making certain it's real is key, Tom. I think that would be something that, you know, would be great if you and Tommy could demonstrate and emphasize. And then the reality is there is a buyer, and depending on who that buyer is also connected to this research forest. And I haven't followed up on it. I left Montana before the first sale was made on Lubrecht, but it was a process we went through to explore, do we want to enter in the carbon market on the Lubrecht experimental forest? And after I left, they did actually sell offsets on Lubrecht, and they went to Phillips Petroleum. And you can judge one way or the other. You are now connecting your forest to Phillips Petroleum. And I don't know how you get out from under that as an entity or as a research forest. The carbon in those trees no longer belongs to the forest. It belongs to another entity. And it is crazy. I mean, it's like a I don't mean it's crazy. I mean, Tommy said it really well earlier when we were when she was talking about, when we were talking about the difference between fossil carbon and live cycled carbon. And they're not synced up. The emissions have already occurred and we're trying to make up for it. And we have a major problem on our hands. And that major problem is our inability to stop consuming fossil fuels. It's not the other things. Those are out there, but they're mild and they're small in comparison. So the fossil fuel consumption dwarfs everything else by orders of magnitude. And Band-Aid, I don't want to say the wrong thing. I just want to make certain that we all understand what we're buying into when we buy into a carbon offset, and that there will be a buyer and that buyer owns your carbon. And if it's compliance market, it's 100 years. And that's another reason why the voluntary market is a bit more desirable, because there are other alternatives within that that could provide a pathway forward that aren't so certain, aren't so connected to a specific set of buyers that would be likely to, and for the duration as well, the 100-year duration. But that's all I wanted to put out there, is the buyer is a reality of the carbon market.
Okay, thanks for raising that, Tom. Leslie, Melissa popped onto the screen, and then after that, maybe we'll wrap and take a break for lunch and see where we are there. Melissa?
Sure. I promise I won't talk too long. I actually think this has been a very interesting conversation. I did not know nearly enough about carbon markets and still don't, obviously, but appreciate the education and the knowledge. I agree with Bob Salinger, actually. I think that if there is a way that we can stabilize the funding for the Elliott, we should be looking at it as a possibility. So I would like to have more information as we go along, but I'm not willing to close the door on this option. Thanks.
Thanks for sharing that, Melissa. Colin, I saw your hand up.
Yeah, I want to point out there's a growing recognition that you can't offset the use of fossil carbon, which it's long-term, it's stable, and it's secure through storage in forests, which are inherently, it's inherently a short-term and unstable sink. And if we're selling off any climate benefit that we might be achieving through management of the Elliott, might or might not be achieving, I think that would be a huge amount of damage to the reputation and credibility of DSL and this board, and it would be a huge black eye on the Elliott. So I think I hope that's something that we keep in mind, and that we're not just looking at the money. We're looking at what entering into that agreement actually means, as Tom said. I'm also very concerned that we're considering entering into an agreement that would severely limit adaptive management, including the ability to adaptively manage for climate resilience, and that would limit our ability to adaptively manage and include tribal stewardship on the Elliott.
Thanks, Colin. Yeah, I think that the question of like potential interface with ability to adaptively manage is a big one that has been raised and is an outstanding one to address. Vicky?
Thank you, Jenna, as you get ready to launch into lunch and I take a short nap. I want to thank you all for paying attention to this conversation. I learned even more today than I did at the land board meeting, and appreciate your comments. Do know that we have 60 days from the time we entered into the contract for Renew to provide us with an analysis. And I'll look forward to that analysis. And they are having conversations with you and heard conversations today that will help factor into what we need to know. As I indicated this morning, the email that came from Jeff, reflected the land board assistance. He reiterated that to me later this morning, that, and most of you know, most of that work comes through Jeff and Dimitri, because the newest land board assistant for the secretary is not as up to speed as everyone else who's been involved the last 5 years. But they are all part of the conversation. And this was an email that was supposed to go out a lot earlier than Friday. I've been looking for it for about 3 or 4 weeks, but it took some time to discuss. And it was to provide clarity, given a number of observations and communications. This is not one prospective board member or one individual who's reached out to the land board assistants and gotten their ear, and this is the result. This is a lot of conversation that we have had internally, that they have had with other board members and stakeholders, and they just, as we are closing in on that decision that needs to be made in December, they just wanted to make it clear what the expectations are going forward. So I think today gave us some good clarity around carbon, and there'll be more conversation about that as we move forward. But as far as that goes, I don't really have anything else to say. I'll read your comments, Tom D, Thomas, and Paul later. I was really listening to the carbon conversation today, and need to just rest for a little bit before I come back on when we get back.
I think everybody's earned a little rest now, so just appreciate everybody leaning into the conversation. It's not the end. It's a continuation of one that, as others mentioned, has been going on for a long time, and there's still road ahead to continue determining what this might look like. So we're gonna take a break now for lunch. Should we go until 1:45 or so? Does that feel okay? We could pinch it and have folks come back at 1:30 if we need
Got a
to.
1 o'clock call, so I would rather 1:45.
I just want to make sure with financial, yeah, if we shortchange financial viability a little bit, that's gonna be okay.
Well,
We can
Well,
work on
I can
adjusting
start,
the
and I can start, not catching.
Okay,
We'll adjust agenda, come back at 1:45.
yeah, 1:45, so.
Yeah, and Tom and Tommy, if you're still there, thank you very much.
Thanks,
And
Tom.
thank you all
Thank you, guys.
for robust
It was
conversation.
very helpful. We appreciate it.
All right, see y'all back at 1:45. Thank you. Start the. Perfect, no, it was all good. And so welcome back. We're just filtering in after lunch and making sure everybody's stocked up on beverages and snacks for the next leg of the meeting. So we'll kick it off, Vicky, with you, just some really brief kind of overview of financial viability, kind of the materials that are out for consideration, the current status, just a reminder for folks kind of framing for the presentation and conversations to come, where this is all at in the timeline from your vantage point. So I'll hand it over to you.
Okay, thank you so much, Jenna. Just a reminder that I sent the College of Forestry and University a letter last month, and you were all copied on it, indicating what it was that I was going to be needing to complete my financial viability review. In my letter, I explained the elements of Senate Bill 1546 and the things that I'm going to need, and gave the university a deadline of October 23 to provide me with all their financial data, and they have agreed to that timeline. I've also re-engaged with Dan Newton and Newton Forestry LLC. As you recall, Dan completed the first analysis of excuse me, OSU's project a year ago. And now that the project has changed pretty significantly over the past year, trying to meet some of those concerns, Dan will be reviewing all of that financial data as it comes in. When that comes in and the carbon analysis comes in about the same time, I expect Dan's report to come in around November 7th and the carbon report to come in around that time. So all of those things will come together and I'll be doing a pretty strong analysis. Hopefully I'm feeling better by then and be doing a lot of work to drill down to see where we are and where we're short. What it is we're going to need to make sure this comes home. We've all put over 5 years, most of us have put over 5 years of time into this and we don't want to lose it at this point. So how do we get to yes? How do we get to that final analysis that this has really been worth 5 years of your time? And I hope that it has. And I'm looking forward to having those conversations. Any questions?
Thanks, Vicki. Yeah, and we'll have time to talk about sort of the broader financial viability questions or process as well after hearing some updates from OSU.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and pull up some slides. Okay, hopefully that's displaying correctly. So thank you for that, Vicki. And we are working on putting together the materials for the financial assessment with that October 23rd deadline in mind. In the meantime, we have sent out some updated materials to the Prospective board, including a second harvest scenario based on some input and feedback that we've received from Prospective board members. And this was shared ahead of the meeting. So I wanted to just take some time to walk through the two different scenarios that we have that identify eligible acres based on the HCP, the research design, and sort of where we are with those two documents. And then really keep the majority of the time for conversation and discussion. So we've got some tables, some figures, some maps, just to kind of center everybody in what we're talking about. But again, really just wanted to make sure that we're saving time for conversation. So this is a map of the Elliott with the updated allocations based on the adjustments that were made in the HCP this past summer. And those adjustments, Brett presented at the June Prospective board meeting and had some conversation around. And there was, feedback from the Prospective board members on that. And then those adjustments have been moved forward into the HCP and are being carried over into the FMP. So you'll note here a couple of adjustments from what is in the research proposal. We now have East Hackey included in the Elliott based on the State Land Board decision from December 2022. And then we also have the HCP adjustments captured here as well. So here is Alder Creek in the northwest corner of the forest, which is termed as volume replacement in the HCP. This is Upper Big Creek right here. So these are two areas that were in the CRW in the research design and have since changed their status with the HCP. There's also been some adjustments over here in the southwest corner. And there's a new sort of flexible categorization of the watersheds that in the research proposal has called partial.
and they're partial watersheds because their full boundaries are not wholly contained within the Elliott boundary. So that's why they were called partials. Now they're called flexibles in the HCP. And so for the two scenarios that we're looking at, the differences are in these flex 50. So the 5,757 acres that's here in the yellow. So these are the areas that we're talking about. And these are the less than 65-year-old stands in the flexible or partial category. The term flex 50 might be a little confusing to some, and I believe that just label on that comes from the fact that the HCP indicates that these younger stands could be harvested on a 50-year rotation in intensive. The FMP maintains the 60-year rotation that's in the research proposal.
And Shannon, those are all on this southern extreme along the Millicoma largely, I think. And that's just all because when they were last harvested, is that?
These are, yeah, so these are in the, I don't have the watershed boundaries here, but this is, MRW here. So these are our sub-watersheds that are fully contained within the boundary of the Elliott. And then these on the edge here, part of the watershed boundary is in different ownership off the
Okay,
off
and
the
it's simply
forest.
based on that, okay.
Yes, yeah.
Shannon, why is the CRW just showing up as 24,000 acres?
Let's see. So there's the CRW reserve and then the CRW thin, and that is from, I'm going to look to Deanne on this, the updated calculations based on the HCP adjustments.
Yeah, there's three categories of CRW there shown. There's the reserve, there would be the stuff less than 65 that's eligible for thinning. And then there's actually, I think that should, no, that would be part of the RCA. Yeah, it's part of the RCAs as well.
Yeah, so this is
in this particular graphic, all the RCAs are lumped together.
So this is net of RCAs.
So it's in there, but it's still 35.
It's still that 30,
34.
34 thereabouts.
Fine.
Yeah. Yeah, this came up in the ICF work too, where the RCA has been categorized separately and counted separately, but it leads to the questions like that, Bob, like they're actually within the boundary of the overall CRW, but they're enumerated separately. And so we could tease out which of the RCAs are within the CRW versus the MRW, and then do the sum.
Yeah. Yep. That's a good note, just to make this a little bit clearer. So we can come back to this map at any time. Let's see. So moving on to looking at a comparison of the eligible acres that are in these two different scenarios. We've got a couple different views of this, and again, happy to go back to any of these. Scenario one is one that we've been looking at the August and September prospective board meetings. So you'll see here the 8 decades that are part of the analysis that are in the HCP permit term, annual harvest volumes here, and a breakdown of intensive regeneration harvests in the light green. You'll see extensive regeneration harvests in orange. The marbled murrelet experiment is here in these small red categories, extensive thinning in the brown, and then CRW restoration thinning just in the first 2 decades in this dark blue. So this is with the intensive harvests in less than 65-year-old stands in the Flex 50, in addition to all of the other allocations for the MRW and CRW across the rest of the forest. You can see here, again, we've talked about this, there is a dip here that's reflective of the current age class distribution on the forest, as well as the research design and commitments in the HCP. But this dip is really largely driven by that current age class distribution, and then applying the return intervals for intensive and extensive, as well as the restoration treatments. So looking over here to this graph for scenario 2, the difference here is that that flex 50 category is in extensive. So you can see the difference that makes for the amount of intensive harvest across these decades, as well as a shift in the overall harvest as you're moving some of these younger stands in the flex 50 from a 60-year rotation to that was associated with intensive to a 100-year return interval that is the average for extensive. So you can see it it obviously shifts the amount of extensive thinning and extensive regeneration. And then it also has some differences in the timing of these stands that when they are eligible for harvest, that also shifts just sort of the overall pattern a little bit over each decade. So that's one way to view this. This is another way to look at the information and what we're talking about here. So this is a figure showing age class across the entire forest by allocation. And what we're looking at here, that's the difference between harvest scenario 1 and harvest scenario 2, are these gray bars here. So this is the stand ages of the flex 50 category. So one scenario has them in intensive, one has them in extensive. And that's sort of the, it's based on input and feedback that we've gotten from the Prospective board. It also represents the decision-making space for that flex 50 category. We've talked about the biennial operations planning process and how specific decisions about harvests and stands would be made during that biennial operations planning process based on the sorry, I'm getting a phone call. Research design, the research proposal, the HCP and the FMP. The decision space is really between intensive and extensive for those stands. And the reality, you know, based on the public process and the work of the foresters and researchers and this Prospective board, would likely be somewhere in the middle. It would be, we would guess, a mix of intensive and extensive in that category.
Hey, Sharon, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
So in the, if you for scenario 2, you model it out as extensive, that's based on the model triggering harvest at 100 years?
Yes, as an average. And so there is flexibility in that as well.
Yeah, that's what I was
Yeah.
like, does it leave room for extensive being essentially defined as, you know, not the big capital E extensive, triad extensive, but little e extensive, i.e. like flexibility to do longer rotation or tribal versions of extensive, that kind of thing?
Yeah, and the way that extensive is described in the forest management plan is not just that it's a 100-year return interval, it's that that's an average. And so, you know, you're looking at maybe 50 to 150 years in order to get to that 100 for the purposes of the analysis and all the complexity that's in there. 100 was used as an average, but that doesn't mean that every stand is going to be harvested at extensive for regeneration harvest when it hits 100. Yeah. Dan, is there anything else that you would want to add about
No,
that?
that's right. I guess I wouldn't characterize it as an average, just in modeling it. The model harvests it when it reaches 100. Same thing with intensive. It's modeled for harvest at 60 years of age. And like in the first scenario, the flex 50 category. No, we did that in 60 years for this financial. So
We
both
did,
of
yeah.
those are. So when each stand achieved 60, it was modeled for harvest.
But that's not prescriptive.
But if it was done that way, then you've got the outcomes of that depicted as a matter of board feet per decade. Okay.
Yes.
There's a lot of numbers here, but I wanted to have this just in case there were questions that we can come back to. The big thing here that and we've looked at this before. We actually had this slide in the September Prospective board meeting. The total average annual acres with this scenario is here. So these are by For some reason, the decades got cut off, but this is by decades. So these are just the number, the acreage that's associated with that chart that I just showed. Again, can come back and look at those at any time. And then this is scenario 2, the eligible acres. And this information was shared with the Prospective board ahead of the meeting as well. So here's what the bottom table in those slides depicts. So this is taking the acreages that are in scenario 1 and scenario 2 that are eligible for harvest. We've looked at different versions of this in the past as well, and using the model assumptions to estimate what the this is gross revenue, but net of harvest and planting costs. So the silvicultural and harvest costs are already built into the model, and that's reflected in these numbers, but it does not include the operating budget for the forest. And right now that's modeled at this line right here, which is $5.25 million as an annual budget for the Elliott State Research Forest and the authority. And that's based on the reduced budget model numbers that we've all looked at in previous meetings. So the base here is the base case that is in the model. It includes a mean annual increment of about 616 board feet per acre per year. Back in August, we had shown a different analysis that included a lower estimate as well, more in the range of 500 board feet per acre per year. For this analysis, we have the base case set here based on feedback that we've gotten from advisory committee members, from people who have reviewed this, as well as from ODF cutout data of harvests that have been completed on the forest, and some recent cruises that have been done by Farm Unlimited. So that's the base case here. And then the highs and the lows are similar to what we've looked at in the past. The high is a 10% increase in both the log price and the volume estimate, and the low is a simultaneous 10% decrease in volume and log price. So it's sort of a base case and then a high and a low to try to capture a full range of variation. But we also have a sensitivity analysis that we've looked at in the past where you change one of those variables and not both at the same time. So we can see the effects of those as well.
That's all in 2023 dollars?
Yes. Yeah.
So that high has an MAI of about 660 then, 670?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, the base case MAI was about 567.
Oh, 567.
No, the low is 500. Low is 500, 567, well, 616. I don't think I'm mistaken. That was in the first one. Okay.
667 roughly on the high.
Yeah.
And
we'll double check that. Yeah.
Okay.
So this is harvest scenario 1. And then this is the same for harvest scenario, the same assumptions for harvest scenario 2, but this is showing the impact of adjusting those flex 50 acres from intensive to extensive and the difference in rotation that's associated with that. So you can see the difference between the two. Oops. Looking at decade 3 and 4 in this and how it comes down and then comes back up. Versus if these are in extensive, you still have the same dip, but then your revenues are shifted, and you get sort of a slightly different slope.
Shannon, can you back up
Yeah.
a couple of slides where you had the average annual? So here you've got what total, where you have an average annual harvest.
Yeah, that's right here. Oh, don't click on it.
You're right.
Yeah.
So, but those revenue forecasts aren't based on those numbers though, on the average. They're based on a the high estimate is on a particular number, the mid estimate is on a particular number all the way across. They're not correlated to the decadal average that you have there.
They are. So for each decade, this is the average annual acres, and then we have the total decadal. So for scenario 2, these are the acres, and then the model takes those acres and puts an assumption about what the operability is, what the available acres are within that.
So the next slides, the next 2 slides factor
Yes.
those numbers in. Okay.
Yeah,
That's all I.
it does.
I missed that.
It's the same number of acres in either scenario, just what type of harvesting happens on these acres.
Exactly. Yeah. And
But okay.
and for the differences in volume here, it's the same acres, it's the same exact trees. It's just a different assumption about how fast they're growing.
You go back. One slide. So you. That's why decades 3 and 4 are so much lower than everything else, because the average harvest is so much lower than 3 and 4.
Yes, because of the current age class distribution of the forest.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Bob, I didn't mean to-
No, about, just looking at the average annual regen acres, so you're gonna be pretty low for the first really four decades, and then maybe you're up to 500 in the 6th decade.
Yeah.
Are you capped at 460 though? On regen per year?
In putting these numbers together, I didn't look at the caps, so there will have to be some adjustments. made.
Okay.
Yeah.
But but you're coming in with a relatively low number of clear cuts for the first couple of decades.
Yeah, the first 2 decades are a lot of the acreage is really driven by the CRW restoration harvests, which are constrained to the first 20 years, and then the thinning that happens, including in extensive, and those, many of those acres, not all of them, but many of those acres are thinnings that would help transition the stand from more of an even age management to the trajectory of extensive. Yeah, Dan.
Just to be clear, the regeneration acres include intensive and extensive regen.
Okay.
It's not all clear.
It's not all clear cut. Yeah, it's extensive and intensive.
Oh, I see. Okay.
A helpful clarification.
So what were your, what are the most helpful bits of feedback you could get from here, Shannon? People. Sorry to interrupt. Are you ready for feedback?
Yeah. Absolutely. I think those are all the slides that I have on financial analysis. So really, this was we were hoping a time for questions, discussion about these 2 harvest scenarios, the breakdown of what these things mean, and eligible acres, and yeah, just a discussion with the prospective board.
Go one forward again. And I brought this up before. We talked about this briefly, and I think one of the things that highlights for me as a board member is that there's a couple of decades where the board has to be knocking money away and not putting all of the money that is generated into research. They have to, because for example, the mid level or the base level, you've got 2 decades where you're short cash, and you're gonna have to fund those. You might come up with other ways, but a board would be wise to begin to knock some of that away for those rainy days.
Yeah, and this within this $5.25 million annual budget, there is that reserve fund. So that's $410,000 a year. That's included in this, and that's for, capital expenses, uncertainties, but also that's something that the board hopefully, ideally be able to use to continue to build a reserve
that's-
for these leaner
I mean, that's just a
projected
good
years.
reminder to this board and any future board members that once we get started in those first couple of decades, if when you've got a gravy, in terms of revenue, it's the gravy time you're gonna have for a while, you're gonna have to treat that cautiously as well. It's just.
Shannon, what did you say the reserve rate was?
Within this version, oh, the reserve rate.
I'm sorry, yes, the.
510,000.
410.
It's $410,000 a year, and it's approximately 10% of the operating budget for the Elliott.
In 2 decades, you accumulated enough to weather that.
$8 million.
Yeah.
Plus interest.
Yeah, Colin's got a hand up, and also just want to thank everybody for being willing to dive into some numbers right after lunch. I know it's not the easiest time to look at these things, but appreciate it. Colin?
Yeah, I need to log off here in about 5 minutes, so I just wanted to get a quick comment in before I have to leave. I want to say that I'm disappointed that after 2 years of discussing these financials, we are just now at a point where we're seeing what I suspected 2 years ago, which is that this is not financially viable, that for them, even under a best case scenario, with additional intensive harvest acres, we're still in the red most decades. That's really disappointing that we haven't made progress on fixing this, and that it's taken us this long to see that there's actually a problem. The other comment I wanted to make, and this is just an observation and looking at the spreadsheets, is that the yields that this analysis uses for the extensive acres is not consistent with what's in the research design. The research design, a fundamental element of the triad approach is that extensive acres would be producing half the yield as intensive acres, such that the different triad watersheds with their mix of intensive, reserve, and extensive would all be producing approximately the same yields on a per acre basis. So given that, it should be really simple to model extensive yields as 50%, just set them as 50% of intensive. But what is contained in the model is that extensive yields are about 83% of intensive, which I've raised this issue over and over again, and it's just been ignored. And it's a serious issue because it's a fundamental inconsistency with the research design. Thanks.
Hey, Colin, are you still there?
Colin?
I would say what you're gonna say regardless, we just so everybody else.
Oh, I just wondering where he came up with the 83%, but go ahead.
I was gonna ask him if he was basing that on the lowest estimate that in most decades you're in the red. We're in the red.
Is it pretty big?
If under the lowest it is, but under the midline, the baseline, you've got 2 decades where you're in the red, and what's that, 6 where you're not. So I wanted to see, or was he basing that on his assumption that revenues will be far less than are predicted here? So I wondered which. Yeah, and I was going to ask him that. So if I remember to, I'll ask him that.
And do you know, Shannon, what he's referring to about the 83%?
I'm not sure. Predicting harvest on the extensive is difficult because there's no silvicultural data on it. So we have to make some assumptions there. We did not stick to just the 50%. We could, that's a triad specification. And it's unclear the interpretation of that. It would not necessarily apply to extensive outside of the triad. What we did for the financial model, remember also that when you're looking at per acre yield, you have to consider per acre per yield per year. They're mean annual increments. And what we did, we assumed that the yield of a 60-year intensive was the same as a 100-year extensive, except the difference being that so that growth increment from 60 to 100 years is left in the forest as part of extensive. Does that, do you follow that? Because it's very difficult. You're getting in these realms of the growth increments where you're getting very high growth rates, and changes in assumptions can make quite a difference. So just the simplifying assumption in the spreadsheet was, so if we're harvesting 40,000 acres per, or 40,000 board feet per acre per year under a 60-year rotation, and that goes to 75,000, and you've got 75,000 board feet to the acre at 100 years. We're harvesting 40,000 and we're leaving 35,000 behind as retention. Am I explaining that well enough?
Tom, I was thinking 83% might come from those early decades where you're doing so much thinning in the CRW. I wondered if that's where we got, if that was.
I'm thinking he saw the model and is talking about volume percentage rates.
Yeah, I was just talking about the
Yeah.
difference between extensive and.
No, but I was talking about Collins.
Okay, yeah, well, the CRW thin is not in that class. So that's a separate calculation altogether.
All right, thanks.
So maybe, yeah, kind of zooming back out a little bit to, kind of the bigger pictures, we're looking at financial viability, reflection of some of these updates that have been made to these scenarios since the last meeting. How are you all feeling about this? Whether it be the numbers on the chart or sort of the big picture looking forward.
I think all this is gonna be helpful to Vicky when she considers the determination that she has to make. Part of it will be distinctions between the high, the base, and the low, and then I thought where Colin was gonna go was saying more extensive is better, therefore scenario 2 is better, but I didn't hear that from him. I don't know if there's any feedback on scenario 1 versus 2, but it would be helpful to hear it if there is.
I was gonna ask you, is that really the question that's on the table? Because, I mean, if between scenario 1 and 2, I like scenario 2 better, for sure. I think it's more consistent with what we perhaps in error thought we were discussing when we talked about the partials. We thought it was going to be extensive rather than intensive, and so I think it gets more of that, and also it moves the timeline out a little more. It's a little more of an even.
I suspect that's what everybody what Jeff was getting at too. That kind of. Do you think?
In terms of smoothing out the
Yeah.
amount of revenue that comes in over which decade, yeah, probably. But how, I mean, that's where I don't understand. I think Shannon would be helpful to know, these are scenarios. But what kind of feedback does OSU need around scenario 1 or 2 in the context of, I mean, it really is, it feels like the FMP is the place where this all plays out in terms of like how would, or if any operation plans that are gonna come, but with the overarching management plan for the forest, it feels like the FMP is the place where what the harvesting regime looks like over time. And calling it a scenario isn't necessarily the same thing as calling it the way we're proposing to do it. So I don't know if that, what kind of feedback OSU really wants on this.
Yeah, I mean, looking at these two scenarios, I think how we're currently looking at it is this is, this new flexible category was created in the HCP, and here's the decision space around that flexible category. Because the partials did have allocations before the HCP updates, and it was a mixture of intensive and extensive that was based on the conversations that took place with the advisory committee at the research proposal stage. So this kind of opens that conversation up again a little bit.
Yeah, it's where folks want to land.
Yeah.
And then with the revenue projections, we've got to be willing to back up to the last discussion about carbon and then finding out whatever kind of carbon proposal works, if one works, and then what does that generate up front? And then, I mean, what were the Warm Springs going to do? Did they just put that into an investment that we're going to collect on the interest on that?
Yeah, they were, and then a certain percentage is set aside to keep up with all the inventory over time.
Yeah, then those things will eventually get rolled into the bank end too.
And then the other thing that we've talked about in the past that is not included in these revenue projections are other additional sources of funding. So the carbon conversation this morning being one potential source, and there was a really robust conversation about, questions and concerns and pros and cons of that. There's also grant funding that was another piece of information that was shared with the Prospective board ahead of this meeting, and it came at the suggestion of a Prospective board member to share the types of competitive grants that support forestry and forest ecosystem research of the type that would be conducted at the Elliott, as well as some information about success rates and lengths of time that are typical for those grants. But given the sort of infrastructure, the long-term monitoring of the forest, that's something that's anticipated would be part of the support for the forest, but it's not something that we're modeling right now, given all those uncertainties. And then the other potential source that we've talked about, again, very generally is foundation funds.
Yeah.
But
so,
yeah,
Tom, in the university's other forests, what do they generate in terms of those type of foundational grant-based dollars that come in? Is there a and when you look at that, when you budget that, you budget on an expected basis or an actual basis, and then how do you accommodate the lean years versus the
There's some foundation funding.
Or grant based.
So just separate from the timber receipts on the forest and the revenue generated from that, and what it pays for, which it pays for all the management on the MacDon and the other forests. Plus, it has paid for roughly $1 million to pay for research through salaries, faculty salaries. It goes to the college anyhow. And so additional funding through grants, I'd have to go to the website to pull up. We posted a link on there for all of the different projects that have been done on the MacDon in the last 20 years or so, and then going back even further as well. But grants are received by faculty, not so much by the by the forest. The forest director is writing grants proposals actively, but the manager is not. So, because the director is 0.25 on the forest and the rest is a faculty member. And part of that is because the forest is right next to campus. There's no separation, and here it's a state forest with separated by 3 hours from campus. And so the thinking is, you know, you have the capacity at the forest, you have research capacity, and you know, on the forest, in addition to the management capacity, whereas here it's really just management capacity on the forest. And then the other satellite ones, nobody's on those. They're tiny though. They're 100 to 3,000 acres. So that's Blodgett's, the 3,000 acre, and there's nobody assigned directly to that. We just travel to it for management. Yes. And foundation funding, some gets directed to the forest. We just got a foundation, you know, a significant gift given to the forest, but and then we get support through fundraising, you know, through efforts like trail runners and Team Dirt and that type of thing that goes directly to trail maintenance. And so it's small in that regard. The foundation funding success within the college that supports the research, that includes research down on the backfill, is significant.
Mike?
So, all the talk about finances and stuff brings something to my mind, like maybe some training that the board would be good to have is how our budgets work each year. I don't know, as a state agency, we have to go to the legislature to get it approved each biennium, and how that works, and how, when revenue comes in, if it's in excess of a particular year's budget, how do we sock that away? What are the processes?
Yeah,
That's
that's a good
stuff.
point,
So-
yeah.
So it doesn't just disappear, and we can have a rainy day fund for those future decades, and have it building and not have the legislature or somebody else say, ooh, took that pot of money.
That's a great report.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Okay, I noted it, rather than get into it right now, because there are authorizations you have to get, no matter what the color of the money, but, I'll note that. I think there's some help that we could bring. Okay, we could talk about that.
Yeah, we'll like that.
I believe you have within the legislation, you have a fund that's been established, right, as well, but that doesn't.
To avoid the sweeps.
But that doesn't, I don't think it's protected from sweeps, right?
It's hard to fully do that.
But, yeah.
How do we hide it?
Like.
Yeah.
Well, I think maybe just to anchor us back to the framing that Vicky started with and that Shannon acknowledged as well too, is that OSU is going to be sending over kind of their financial viability related materials on October 23rd, which is just a small handful of days away. And so, yeah, kind of just a final check. If there are, you know, sort of outstanding questions that you have that would be helpful for the prospective board to weigh in on today. I know there is some time held in an upcoming work session to dive into some of these financials a little bit further related to startup funds and budget models. But I won't belabor the budget point too much further today right now if we don't need to. But wanted to just remind everybody about that timeline and some of the next steps.
I will say that, you know, we're getting in information from Eric still. We're still doing some cruises. We're still combing through the cutout data from ODF. And so that's, you know, we're being really conservative and adjusting those numbers, but we probably will continue to adjust them. So to Colin's point about we've been doing this for 2 years, why, you know, again, if we all had glasses, we could see into the future of what we were gonna find in those 2 years. He's right that we should have had this answer 2 years ago, but we're not done with continuing to look at data and trying to validate assumptions that are made. So we make a lot of assumptions, run a model, then we go back and we try to validate those assumptions. So if we say, you know, here's the log costs, we'll go back and check and make sure and touch base and say, we still have the right log costs here. We'll estimate the mean annual increment. Then we'll go back and we'll look and say, okay, based on the input we're getting, you know, some people are telling us 1,000, some people are telling us 500, some say 400. So what do we see when we actually go ask the forest? You know, what's on there? And so we're still doing that. We're still asking the forest. We just got some more cruise data in on the last couple of days because we wanted to look at the thin stands. There's a lot of stands out there that were thinned in their mid-2000s, and we wanted to make sure they're on the same trajectory or a different trajectory so we can factor them into our analysis. So again, it's not that we're sitting on our hands and not doing anything. I just want to make sure you know that we're really looking at validating assumptions that are made and making sure we're doing it based on the best current data.
Thanks for that reminder.
So
And taking a conservative approach and doing that too, so it's gonna be. Rather than, yeah.
That's why we're trying to show the bands. We're trying to always show people that, as you know, rarely do those things synchronize that you're gonna, you know, your forest is gonna become less productive and you're gonna, you know, get low log prices. But we show those two as high and low, just so you see the bands around that base case. Bob?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is one of those puzzles where every time you put one piece in and it fits in, all the other pieces move. You know, so I say this with that in mind, but I mean, you know, like I like alternative B a lot better. I still worry a little bit about the volume numbers and where those are going and evening those out as much as possible. Looking, I was going through all of your different sheets while we were talking and, you know, looking at the low lows and the low highs and the high lows, all the different combinations. And I still worry about the, you know, even at the low build out that we're, you know, it seems like there's still a possibility that we're going to come in beneath that. We're going to need something to ameliorate that, which brings me back to the carbon money. And I appreciate all the concerns that were raised around that. I don't disagree with any of the concerns that were raised around it, but you know, I'm just trying to figure out in my own mind, you know, where you lock down and say, okay, you know, these things are gonna stay fixed, these things are things we have to do, and then these are the things that we can actually turn the knob on and go up or down. I guess I worry that we're still off by $1 million at the end of the day, one way or another. And if we don't want to, and I don't mean to take it back to the carbon, but if we don't want to do that, do we need to drop it down $1 million to be conservative? And then it feels like things start to move into place, then so I'll leave it there. But I guess that's what I'm wrestling with.
We drop costs down.
Yeah. I understand what the implications of that are as well.
No, and I appreciate you bringing the carbon back into this financial viability topic because it is a connected question. And, you know, as you mentioned, moving certain pieces has ripple effects that we're all still trying to figure out. And, you know, as others mentioned earlier, the timeline of those and sort of sequencing of decisions is something that still needs some time to play out, but it's important to discuss right now.
It does seem like we do have some options. And that's good. I feel like we're pretty close to the kind of date on the budget scenarios and discussions. There probably isn't a whole lot of flexibility there, but you know, I think that information is very good. Yeah, we're still gonna be faced with some unknowns and we're gonna have to make some assumptions as we go. So just the way it is. What
What would OSU do if? I mean, if the scenario arises where there's no carbon money, we're not relying on that. And the lows hit. Or, yeah, and the lows hit. I mean, under the proposed approach, there's a management agreement. But the authority is only going to be able to spend what it has. And the potential is that what it has is far less than what OSU believes is needed in the for a world-class research forest. And at that point, something's got to give, right? So a lot of work.
You know, I think that, well, that's a great question, Brett, and I think that there is depending on how things get off the ground, you could arrange it so that you are lean startup, and there are positions you wouldn't hire right off the bat. And you wait until you see from 5 years out that you're actually able to maintain the staff, because you don't want to hire staff and let them go either. And both on the management front, but also on the research staff front. I would imagine that we would want to rely more, if we go forward, we would want to rely more on Corvallis-based faculty and staff and minimize the startup at the forest itself, and then ramp that up if we are in a position to ramp it up. That's not what I would like to say, but that would be ideally we would have, as Bob said, an additional $1 million of revenue that made it so that we were, clearly solvent, and that we could hire a larger staff to meet those objectives.
Yeah, thanks. I think it's helpful that worst case scenario, but
Soon realizing that obviously in order to bring in revenue, we still have to have the field staff out there. So,
You'll get that.
Right.
And, I think regardless of what happens, if the field staff is there and the research plots can be put out, and the monitoring plots are out, and then under a worst case scenario, you can have that. I mean, that's what we do now at the Elliott. We travel, and we have faculty that already have grants funded on the Elliott, and they're going out there to do their work. And that's how this would be. I mean, you have a dormitory, and there would be opportunities around that, but you'd minimize the staff on site for the time being. And the HCP monitoring costs are really, really high, and I don't know if there's federal support for that type of thing. It's just it's $450,000 annually for HCP monitoring. We want to do it, right, but there's going to be some redundancy with the research monitoring as well. And I wonder if there aren't ways that those two efforts can be dovetailed as opposed to two completely separate entities, because we are keen on monitoring our endangered species. We want to do a good job of monitoring them, and we want that to be part of the research agenda. And yet they seem like two separate entities. Shannon, did you want to say something about that?
Yeah, no, just to support what you were saying about the HCP monitoring. It is a big expense. It's there's that additional line item that kind of covers above and beyond the research program. I think the most recent calculation, we've been going back through some adjustments with the current HCP draft, and that line is $335,000. But that also
That's still 6% of your budget. I mean, if you're looking at 5.1 million.
No, it's not insignificant.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that also, I mean, that's based on other parts of the research program supporting the HCP commitments. So, it assumes that you do have the dedicated, faculty and staff and field crews out on the ground collecting the data and analyzing it and reporting on it. So, I mean, that's another really key consideration too, and thinking about how you might be able to ramp up more slowly is those HCP commitments are there. They cost money, and we want to make sure that we are fulfilling those.
Yeah, it's not a choice to comply with the HCP once you've got it, unless you want to lose it and go into non-compliance, but that wouldn't be desirable. But how to tease out what's a research-related expense from an HCP-related monitoring expense is not an easy, as we're learning, it's not an easy one to do. But how you do it does inform what federal money might be able to support. And typically, they're not, federal dollars aren't going to want to fund the commitment that an applicant's made to an HCP, federal agencies are approved.
Right.
So
just one thing I wanted to make sure I was clear on because I may have said it in a way that was confusing. The management staff would be on site no matter what, just like it is at the MacDon. We would have management staff on site at the Elliott. It's the research staff that I'm saying we could phase in from the, Corvallis campus existing, more of the existing.
Okay.
Yeah, and your point as well about the, potential options for ramping up and different ways to do that. We can kind of, flag that for continued discussion during the small group work session tomorrow as well too. But Paul?
Yeah, I want to point out, we always get fixated on the graphs, right? And we've got the black line, the green and the red. Understand, there's going to be a year where the price of log spikes and we're going to go up to the green line, and the next year it's going to drop. We're going to go to the red line, right? So it's not, the chances of the 80 years of that red line is pretty dang low, right? I mean, that's where that black line kind of gives you the idea of averaging out between the highs and the lows as well. And then just, on the budgeting piece, we propose is we from the Oregon state side on the management agreement, I think we tried to baseline what we think the budget needs to be for operations and research. But we proposed in the management agreement a 6-year budget cycle, which is really that we renew every 2 years, right? So you have 4 years of forecast and 2 years of actual budget to work on. And so, if we are on that red line, we've got to look hard at that budget and come up with new realities, right? As well. So it's not I don't want folks fixating on that blue line too much, right?
Yeah, can I just add in on this issue of uncertainty? We've got price and we've got volume, or in terms of MAI. Now, the MAI is when we project volume in the future, that's really, really important. But remember that, and the MAI is derived from what's in the forest right now. So a lot of that uncertainty about what the volume will be, there is very little uncertainty about what's there now. So especially for the first couple of decades, that low on the volume is really maybe lower than it should be, because this is volume that's actually in the inventory. That volume's not going away. Projecting in the future, that's much more uncertain, but we have inventory in the forest now.
Thanks, Deanna. That's really helpful clarification.
Yeah, sort of like those confidence limits are lower in the early decades.
We need to pair with the financial potential lines, then like the percentage of uncertainty to do that decision making. So
Log prices are probably more volatile. Not necessarily.
Well, and when those moments, like those moments of uncertainty or spikes do happen, as Paul mentioned, to Mike's earlier point, we're really kind of ensuring that there is a lockdown, that rainy day fund that is being built over time is there and is available. Not something that involves its own uncertainty, but can be an assurance as well too. I think that was a good point. Any other final thoughts on finances for now, knowing that there's still some time between when materials are going in and Vicky's declaration will be made, sounds like early to mid-November.
So what does it look like from a board perspective, I guess? So we've had some input today. The now shift to OSU and DSL to kind of make a decision. And there's time, but are we kind of done? Or
It's never done.
no?
It's never done. It's never done, Bob. We'll catch you in your sleep night and day. Well, I'm expecting there's some more conversation tomorrow in the workshops.
Yeah, and I mean, realistically, there's a November meeting and December meeting.
Yeah, well, when we get to December, we're too late, so.
Yeah, but at the November meeting, it feels like that's where there will be more clarity around the carbon feasibility analysis stuff, numbers. There'll be, I think, more. Vicky will have had a chance to have seen what was received from OSU around the financials package, and I don't know how much time after what Dan Newton on the third party analysis turns in, but our meeting is on the 13th and he'll turn it on the 7th of November. And so we'll have had some time to look at it. So I don't think it's done in terms of the last conversation, but it does feel like, I don't know, Shannon, it does feel like that. Are you looking for, does the FMP need to make a choice on what scenario it? Okay. How do you view what the FMP says in response to the two scenarios? How does that look?
I mean, I think it's what we were talking about before, where there are clear allocations across the forest in the MRW, the CRW, in areas of the flexibles, but then that flexible category creates flexibility for decision making, and so those two scenarios kind of create the sideboards for where that decision making space is. And understanding that the interest from the Prospective board is more towards the extensive. That's the interest from that we've heard from multiple board members, from tribes, and that space is there in the forest management plan. There's also an adaptive research implementation strategy. There's adaptive capacity built into the forest management plan. And so this is sort of our starting point. These are the sideboards. We've got a process for decision-making as part of the biennial operations plans, and the public process is a really important part of that. And then we know that we'll learn and adapt. So I guess that's how we're looking at these scenarios right now is, this is where we are with the HCP, with all the conversations that have happened as part of the development of the research proposal and the FMP. Here are the sideboards and the decision-making space. And it is, the HCP has shifted some of that. It's created more acres for management in a couple of cases. It's also created more flexibility in some cases, like that intensive 50-year return interval. But again, the FMP is kind of focused in on what's in the research design. So we have that 60-year return interval, and then we have that decision-making space that the HCP created for flexibility that will then go through, all of the work of the researchers, managers, the board, the public process.
Yeah. I'm thinking about the land board vote and then the email that came up from the land board assistants Friday around. I think there's some space in there, but I also feel like what they're saying is when they get an FMP to vote on in December, they want to see more stabilization of volume over time across decades than what it felt like scenario one presented.
Mhm.
So it feels like they put some writing on the wall on that, and then the question is, what does that mean in terms of the Triad's ability to hold together and the board, this is an awkward space because you all can't, like, your advisory to DSL, but you can't take votes right now. And there's a question of how you all hold together and what you want to see as a board. But I think the land board's made it clear, like, there's an interest in not having volume and revenue spike and trough dramatically. And so for December to go well, we got to figure something out between
But then
at least DSL and OSU.
it's too late to change it now.
We just saw scenario two though, which is
Well, that,
different.
yeah, but that's just, again, working with the outer partials, right? That's just playing, not
Yeah.
playing with the core research that's in there. So that part of it, yes, is possible, but it shouldn't be the goal is to flatten that curve, I mean, that harvest. The goal should be to do the best research we can. And under which context, and I think that's just a misplaced goal to flatten things out. And it doesn't help the overall research if that comes in now that it has to be a sustained yield analysis, because.
I think that's the core tension. I mean, yeah, I hear you. And the entity that's going to be voting on the FMP in December is saying one thing. We'll figure it out.
So those are the discussions we need to have with them, and we haven't had that because they're.
And you can do, sustained yield. Doesn't necessarily mean flat across forever. You look at it in decades, even things out, but also they need to realize the forest is what it is. The structure is what it is. We can't change that. I mean, sort of harvesting and then starting something new. But if you got a age structure that isn't totally flatlined, that's what you have to live with.
And Bob, back to your question about, or comment about, what about the board, what do we need? I think more and more, I'm very comfortable with this. I've always assumed that come January 1 or January 4, whatever, whenever the board gets the keys, that there's going to be some unknowns and there's going to be some, we can't have everything in line with this, and I'm pretty comfortable with that. I think it's not quite a leap of faith we're gonna have to undertake, but I think that come January 1, there's a step of faith that everybody has to, maybe it's a little bitty step and maybe it's a little bit longer, but and I think that we've got in this space, we're gonna have to be comfortable with some unknowns for a while and figure that we can all figure it out.
I think there'll be some unknowns, but I also think it's, I disagree to some degree with Katie in the sense that I think that research is a priority, but so too is ecological function and making sure that this thing is viable over the long term. I think there are many concerns that if you go in and you hit the forest too hard in the early years, you create expectations down the road in terms of volume coming off for communities. It will cause problems 10, 15, 20 years out. If you drop from, say, the high we saw last time, 30 million down to 11 million, that has implications for the communities that have geared up and now need to gear down. I think there's also concerns about going in and hitting it really hard early and then the plan changes, but a lot of volumes come off right at the start. And then there are the ecological considerations of, we're trying to get this forest into an older state and a more contiguous state, less fragmented. And so, you know, you go in and you're taking a lot off early and then go down before you come up again. We know from the lab perspective, we heard this from the agencies over and over again, that what happens now actually matters more than what happens in 50 years for the species that's on the ground now. Protect what you have. Don't sacrifice what you have for something down the road too much of a degree. So I mean, I think all those things need to be brought into the mix. And so I don't think it's just about
No, and I
finding the curve.
listened to what you said last time, and so I went back and I looked at, actually, there's a report in there about what the annual harvest is in Coos County, I think, or Douglas County, one of them is in the FMP. And if you look at the percent differences between 31 and the low point, it's like less than 3% of the harvest in Douglas County. So I don't think it's something that the pulse of the community is gonna really see. So you have to put it in context of that change between 31 and 11 or whatever. In terms of the entire volume harvested off of Coos and Douglas County, which is going to be significantly higher. And I did that, and so it wasn't that big of a change, because I did take what you said earlier and just to make sure that it wouldn't be a huge shock to the community. So, but I also do, you know, the acres that are impacted primarily are coming out because we haven't done anything on the forest for going on a decade now, and those trees have grown and the density is getting higher, and the opportunity that's in those stands is going away to where you'll thin them and you will have greater loss because you thin them too late. And so that timing, that there's a biological clock ticking and we can't ignore it. And if we can. So we need to play a little catch up to get those stands thinned, and they're still growing. They're not waiting for us. And they will continue to do that. And so that's one of the reasons why we'd like to get out and thin them, why there's 30, 40, 50 years old rather than when they're 60 and 70 years old.
All right, I know we need to keep on moving, and we're not gonna solve all the problems and questions today, but you know, there is some time tomorrow for the subgroup work session to keep digging into financials a little bit with regard to startup funds and budget models. The OSU packet of financial materials that'll be going to Vicky on the 23rd, additional reports and materials coming out around November 7th, and then the board meeting on November 13th. So it sounds like we'll see where everything lands between now and then, but we'll probably have some time on that agenda to keep digging into this. Brett, anything else on the financials, or Shannon, that you wanna add? And then we can shift gears to FMP for a bit, and then we'll take public comment around 3:40, 3:45. So if anybody in the room or via Zoom would like to provide public comment, please let us know right now. If you're on Zoom, send Jen Bailey-Garrow a chat, just so we can have a heads up of how many folks and who might want to get in the queue. So with that, we can shift to FMP.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and it's interesting.
So while you're doing that, was that slideshow in the stuff shared already?
The figures, with the exception of the one that showed the age class distribution with the different treatments, that was not in the materials shared, and we can share that. All of the other figures were embedded in the spreadsheets that were shared.
Oh, okay.
But if you would like the PowerPoints as well, we can share those.
Okay, yeah, that might be helpful.
Okay.
I was trying to like look back and see stuff again, and
There's a lot of information in there.
We can get this out.
that the right one? Let me try this again. Okay, I'm going to keep the, there we go, the slides to a minimum at this point. I know we've had some shifts in our agenda timing today. We have more time set aside tomorrow as part of those workshop discussions, as well as welcome continued conversation and input, both from the Prospective board and the public during the public comment period. I wanted to just give a brief overview of where we are with the public comment and timeline for the forest management plan and other parts of the process that we're working on. So public comment period is now open. The FMP draft was posted last Monday, which was our deadline to get that out for public comment. We've been talking about the timeline for the past few months and have been working with DSL on coordinating both the public comment period and then also the timelines for edits, incorporating input, and then the final deadlines for sending information to the State Land Board. We did receive feedback that the public comment period was shorter than people wanted, and given all of the work that we've all been doing, that others have been doing on the Elliott planning and on the FMP itself, we definitely understand the crunch timelines. That's something that we've all been operating under. So we were able to work with DSL on adjusting a little bit on the back end, some of the deadlines for sending information to them while still keeping within the timeline of Senate Bill 1546. And we were able to extend the public comment to end of day November 8th, which is a 30-day public comment period. So thank you for everyone who reached out about that. We are reviewing public comments as they come in. We will be tracking all of those comments and then making edits to the FMP this month and into November, with the final FMP draft due by December 1st to go with the packet of materials that's going to the State Land Board. DSL has indicated that they will post information on how to provide written and spoken testimony for the December Land Board meeting. And the date of that Land Board meeting is December 12th. And that's where there will be a discussion about the Elliott, a presentation of the forest management plan. And at that meeting, part of the decision-making will be by the State Land Board on whether to approve the forest management plan. So Jen, if you could put a link in the chat to the webpage where we have both the draft FMP that's out for public comment, and there's also a link to provide comments or questions there. Thank you for everybody who has or will submit comments, and we also look forward to continuing to work with the Prospective board, including tomorrow. Are there any questions or comments on sort of where we are going over the next couple of months between now and December?
Are you looking for the board to like collectively give you feedback, or we just individually submit comments as part of that public comment period?
That's a good question. We are happy to take collective board feedback. If people have individual comments that they want to make through that portal, that works as well. And then we also have time set aside for group discussion like we have tomorrow morning, which we're hoping will be just a space to talk through some questions or comments that are that might be coming up already for the board. And I think one of the helpful things that can happen in that sort of a venue that we won't get through just direct comments coming in through the portal is hopefully a back and forth and a discussion with the Prospective board as a whole, and we'll be taking that information into the process as well.
So, I know we had talked at one time about trying to collect comments from the Prospective board members. One of the downsides of that is that we'd probably then be submitting them on November 8th. And which kind of minimizes your time to incorporate them too. So I don't know if it's better to just have people send comments to you directly or.
Yeah, and Jack and Keith, maybe as, interim board co-chair leadership, we can continue to work with you on that as well about how the board would like to provide questions and comments as part of that process.
Yeah, I mean, my preference is that while we're not full-grown board members, and we're not yet sitting at the Thanksgiving table with the adults, we soon will be. And I like the board members' comments to not quite be regarded as a public comment, if that makes sense. And rather than go into the public comment queue, I prefer they went to the board and we had a clearinghouse, we sent them to Jack and I, and we sent them off to Shannon. And I think that's, to me, that's a more appropriate way for board members to move.
Yeah.
The other side to that is it gives us a little bit of a chance to digest them a little bit and look at them and see what part of everybody's.
Yeah. So if you want to make comments, is that all right? If we proceed in that manner and send them to Jack and I, and then maybe at some point in the near future, we can have the board can put together an hour with the Zoom and chew on them a little bit. And we're not really commenting with the board, but more individually. Yeah. If you're comfortable with that, then that's sort of what I
don't mind sharing the comments, but I'm less comfortable with that, honestly.
Okay.
Given where we're, I mean, I'll defer to the group, but I feel like the FMD got pretty backed up. I'm gonna go into why that was, but I feel like this is something where we're still kind of in. It's still, I feel like this is still sort of a pre-board piece of the puzzle in some ways. We got it for the first time in its whole state very recently, and I just kind of feel like we're under a real time crunch, and I tend to, I mean, just be candid, I tend to send my comments as they come up. If you want me to filter them through you, I will. And again, I don't mind sharing. I mean, what I'll probably do is create a Google sheet and give Shannon access to it so she can see as I type them in. And I'm happy to give access to everyone else too, if that's helpful, but I'd rather kind of just do it in real time, given 3 weeks to go.
No, I think that's sort of what I was getting at. If you want to send them off, but I think that the idea that they come this way too, because I don't get a chance to talk to you all the time, right? And so your concerns is probably pretty valuable and for all of us. And I know it is for me.
Yeah, as long as we share amongst ourselves what our comments are, that'd be great. Have a good feeling for what everybody's thinking.
And I also think that it's also really helpful when the board deliberates some comments and we can see what the outcome is of that as opposed to just individual, because it then becomes a little bit of, trying to figure out how to respond to that when the other comment comes in from the other side, the other direction. And it's, that's where the deliberation of the board is really.
We can't, I think we can comment as a prospective board altogether, but I'm not sure we're gonna arrive at any conclusions other than.
I like the idea of having like a shared Google Doc though, where you can see everybody's input on certain things. We can try that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so knowing that, we do have some time still today, maybe to just begin sharing any like high level questions, thoughts, reactions, concerns, not assuming that anybody has had the chance to read through the entirety of the most recent version of the FMP. But, knowing that we've got time today, there's a little bit of time tomorrow for, subgroup work session time to dig into particular chapters or any topics that, the board feels merit particular discussion. But knowing that that comment period, will wrap November 8th before the prospective board's next meeting. But, you know, Keith, as you suggested, if there is a desire to schedule an additional sort of subgroup conversation, or if the full board is able to make that, we can definitely make space. Yeah, so I know, Shannon, you had sent out a couple of updated chapters. Or that was recent.
That was before the last
Okay.
board meeting.
So this was the recent, kind of the October version that reflects edits to that have been made in the HCP. Reflected in the FNP now, correct?
Yes, and we're still continuing conversations on the HCP with DSL and ICF. So we'll be continuing to do that work of bringing in any edits into the FNP.
Okay. So for now, I mean, I'm not sure if folks know, you know, where those substantive edits were in the FMP. You know, so I don't know if that'd be helpful to just provide a high level overview of, or, you know, if we need to get any feedback to tee up discussion for tomorrow. You know, I know this is it's a big document, it's a big topic, and there's a lot that's entwined in it, but want to use the time that we do have today while everybody's together to the best of our ability. So what are your feelings on that?
Yeah, I think, so for the FMP draft that's out for public comment, there were a couple of chapters shared, I think a little over a month ago now, that didn't have as many changes, or updates that were tied to the HCPs. So I don't know if anyone has comments or questions on those. The other chapters, you know, there are obviously some new sections from the previous draft. There's also quite a bit of information from the previous draft that's been carried through. But also some changes throughout the document, just based on the allocations that we were talking about, you know, the changes to the map, adjustments in, you know, related to marble murrelets and some of the aquatic and riparian strategy stuff. So I'm not quite sure where prospective board members want to focus discussions, or even if you have a sense of that right now. But we have time held morning to talk through any questions or comments or specific sections of the FMP that people are particularly interested in digging into. So if you have thoughts about what those areas are, that would be great for us to know. If not, we can do it in real time, or as, you know, comments come in through something like a Google spreadsheet.
Bob, any place you want to tee up tomorrow?
I'm gonna be on the road. I'm gonna try and tune into my phone. You know, the area that I wonder about, because we don't talk about fish that much, since Bob Van Dyke left, is what all these change, the implications for fish. And, you know, I think especially the two watersheds that were moved out of the CRW, you know, the 10-mile watershed, that's pretty important for fish. So, you know, I feel like that's been a little bit of we've neglected that, but I've neglected that. So anything you can do to kind of eliminate, you know, where you see the changes.
Right. Probably add on to that. To be honest with you, I haven't read much of the FMP. I looked at the total page numbers and but maybe at least a little background on what protections for fish there are in there. We talked about the murrelets and habitat. Yeah, I also think we haven't really talked about fish, so I'm curious to see what's in the plan on that regard.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to be there tomorrow morning, but I'm not sure yet where I'm gonna be. I was just looking at this FMP harvest document you have in the board materials. Is that something we're gonna talk about now or tomorrow or what's?
Is that the harvest scenarios?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of that information is related to the figures that we just went over.
Yeah.
But we can dig into it further. You know, if there's any specific details or questions that you want to go over, either tomorrow or another time.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, I was just noticing some areas I was confused about because it looked like it was coming out of the volume replacement watersheds fairly, which didn't make sense to me. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. You know, the aquatics is kind of what I've really wanted to kind of focus in on my comments. I can't be there tomorrow in our discussion, but that's what I'm gonna think that and just sort of disturbance information and how that's captured relative to climate change and those sorts of things.
Melissa, anything for you? You still there?
It's not on anymore.
Okay, I'm good.
But yeah, also if I noticed, I read the last one in November, a long time ago. And then I know it didn't seem to me like there was a whole lot of detail yet in that one. So maybe if there's areas that to highlight that like you really beefed up or added a lot of things, especially to look at as opposed to other areas that haven't changed as much. Like that would definitely be helpful just because of the length document and time that we have to look at it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, my impression is over time with the HCP, ICF has revised things to consolidate quite a bit and in some ways restructured and taken out some detail that may have been above and beyond what was relevant to HCP, and will take permit issuance and issuance criteria and ESA specific stuff. And then on the other hand, the FMP has increased the amount of detail and I think to try to bring more clarity through detail to what it's talking about. So it's become more robust in that way, but also longer read.
A lot of it is appendices and supporting information, but there is a lot there.
So just to kind of reiterate it, it sounds like for tomorrow's, the subgroup session, there will be an opportunity for OSU to kind of share an overview of some of those sections that prospective board members called attention to just now, as well as any other particular areas of substantive change. I know we probably don't want to see a redlined version of that, wouldn't be able to read it, but so just to make sure that'll be part of the framing for tomorrow. But for those that aren't able to be there, that there will still be an open door for opportunity to engage with OSU and to provide comments either individually or to whatever degree you all feel comfortable and would like to collectively amongst yourselves, maybe not as an entire prospective board voice, but maybe there are some areas that some of you do want to work together and kind of discuss or refine your feedback that you provide.
And you all talked about the extension, the timeline extension. Okay, sorry, I just stepped up.
Okay. Good. Yeah, anything else? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, another area, that I was interested in, that I was, may not be the best use of time tomorrow, but somebody like to pick your brain about it a little bit. It's the carbon section where you actually talk about different carbon scenarios where you keep, I thought that was pretty fascinating, but also, so I don't feel like hopefully that was got it.
Yeah, we can, if tomorrow doesn't end up being the best time for you or there's more discussion to follow up on, we can definitely schedule a time for that.
I'm wondering too, just as like something for you guys maybe to think about or process, if there's individuals of us who like can't make certain meetings like that and we want to have a conversation about something, if those could just be put out to everybody and just hop on. Even if like without trying to necessarily schedule with everybody, like here's a time that works, doodle poll, like if someone schedules their time to stay on a specific topic, but you could just tell everybody and then anybody who's able can get on and there could be like some notes sent out, like I like that could be efficient and get everybody like as involved as they possibly can be, or at least up to speed, if that makes sense, yeah.
That might be the best way. Often we're not in person tomorrow because
Yeah.
because there's schedules problematic tomorrow for a bunch of us. And so sometimes I think that's a good idea, that, hey, I'm engaged in this conversation on this day,
Yeah.
tune in.
And I think as has been done for another sort of subgroup discussion that's occurred recently. I think around the management agreement, I think Keith, you took some notes that you then shared back out with the board. So maybe that's something that as we are starting to transition to, you all kind of running your show.
Yeah, whoever's there can do that.
Yeah, you guys can identify someone to be on point to take notes and share that back out with the rest of the prospective board members. Eve, you're excellent at note taking. I need
If I'm there,
here.
if I'm there tomorrow, I'm not sure my teaching schedule tomorrow, so if I'm there, then.
No.
I don't know, I've been watching over Keith's showcase of this note taking and I'm not so sure.
No, this is the way I do it, that's the way I did it, man, then I had to go back and decipher the day.
Well, the interim perspective executive team gets to delegate, right? That's how that goes.
Bob's notes look pretty detailed, but.
Yeah,
Who knows what's in there? Those look pretty well.
I look at Brett, they just scare me, my God.
I'll take some notes if you're not there.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Well, anything else?
Yeah, I thought I should just bring up, I heard from a couple of different folks, and Colin was one of them in particular, but there was, he wasn't alone. There was concerns about the timeline, and of course that leading up to right now, and we as a college had a deadline to make, and that deadline was getting the FMP draft done for the, which we're still aiming towards for the December land board meeting, and we have the sunset clause in place, and the FMP was one of those. So we absolutely were not going to, we felt strongly we needed to keep plowing ahead, but one of the things that had come up was more time needed to really evaluate where we're going, and a sense that perhaps the tribes have not had adequate chance for input. I know that we've had tribal representation on the advisory committee and now on the presumptive board, but Colin and others have expressed to me that things have changed a lot over the last couple of years in terms of, with the guidance coming out of the federal guidance on tribal co-stewardship on federal lands, and an implication of these that state lands follow suit. And I think that I just wanted to open to make sure that Colin gets a chance to voice the concerns that he raised with me, and I guess he's no longer on. But that's something that we should keep talking about. Is we have a plan, we have a draft plan, we have the HCP. Colin has expressed some concerns over the HCP in the past, as well as the management and clearly financial viability. The thing that I think we all want to make sure that we do is that we adequately consider tribal engagement in their ancestral homelands. And I don't know, what thinking we need to have as a board in that regard, and what discussions need to happen. But I wanted to open that up, and the hope was that Colin, because he had expressed some concerns to me and to our folks, and I just want to make sure that we as a board and we as that we consider these things fully. And I don't know, Mike, if you have any sense on that, or.
Well, I fully support Colin's thoughts, and I think that they're interested in. I really didn't have anything to add beyond that. So
Maybe that's just a line of open discussion about, we've tried to incorporate that into the FMP and we tried to incorporate this notion of co-stewardship and what that looks like, and it's taking shape federally right now, and we operate on timelines. Western thinking operates on these really set timelines, and I had a good friend who worked really closely with Zuni tribes, and they're like, you're all like ants, you're racing around and hitting deadlines and getting all this, but you're not thinking, you're not stopping and engaging with the world around you. We do have timelines, we have deadlines, and in this case it was legislated, and so I totally we had an obligation, but I just want to make sure that, especially with these changes that are happening at the federal level, that we're adequately engaging with the tribes on a G to G level. So yeah.
Yeah, and on that, so I feel like it's probably been a pretty common refrain over relatively modern history of tribal frustrations with other sovereign governments' notion of timelines or lack of enforcement of agreements made over time. And we've got, it won't be long if I think the context of this project is a squeeze based on statutory deadlines that whether it's one tribe, multiple tribes, or other board member entities and interests, everybody's probably feeling a little squeezed, and tensions are there right now. If all the statutory deadlines are hit and the research forest and the authority becomes the real thing, then it's going to be the authority that's the state agency that has jurisdiction over the forest and would inherit the responsibility around government interactions with tribes and around indigenous people's interests in ancestral homelands and indigenous culture and practice and landscape. And there is this I sent a series of materials out about workshops and trainings, some of which are mandatory for public officials to do, and then others that aren't mandatory. But I feel like it's important for the authority as the entity that and the board, that's the entity that will be having lead oversight jurisdiction over the forest to talk about how it wants to interface on a government to government level with tribes, and to be clear about it. I mean, there's adaptive management parts within the HCP and FMP, and there's space for these conversations over time. Meanwhile, the windshield's getting closer on certain decision dates, which stress people out, but I don't see it going away at all in terms of the need to continue to have the conversations about what this means and sovereign to sovereign relations and how to address issues that have come up both around indigenous practices and culture on the landscape, as well as broader partnerships. Because I feel like that's another piece where timelines have gotten in some ways in the way of development of the broader conversations. We had a meeting in Chester Bay where there were some potential partners there, but there's just not been the time to really develop those robustly yet.
Yes, it's a really important piece of this puzzle that, has been occurring and will continue to. And I know that that's one of the subtopics for the work session tomorrow is, that sovereign to sovereign management approaches and tribal engagement going forward. But definitely won't be the last time that gets discussed, as Brett mentioned, and Tom elevated as well. Vicky, do you have anything to add on that front?
Yeah, I just wanted to say we've been very proactive, engaging with the tribes. early on, and we've continued to do so. In fact, there's probably an email going out this week to the Klutzy for us to meet when Brett and I get back from Washington, D.C., which we are headed out next week. I'm hoping I feel better by then. But hopefully early November, we can have a meeting with the tribe to discuss the changes that we've made to the HCP as best that we can to reflect the concerns that they've had, as well as some of the other issues. And we stay in touch with any other tribe that has indicated an interest. I know the Coquel have told me many times, we'll let you know, Vicki, if we want to get involved. And the same with a couple other tribes. So I think we've been very good about that. And I agree that as the board becomes an authority, it is something that you will have to engage in yourselves. And there's a new Office of Tribal Affairs with the governor's office, though we don't yet know how they're going to integrate with various agencies, but we can provide some training to the board about relationship building and government to government with the tribes as part of your other training.
Thanks, Vicki. Well, kind of circling it back to the FMP, any additional kind of closing thoughts or feedback on that? Teeing things up for tomorrow, or just the chapter of work between now and the end of the comment period, November 8th?
Well, I mean, both the FMP and Tom's comment, I thought one of the things that's interesting in the FMP that actually really did jump out was the degree to which the tribes as partner is really emphasized. And I thought actually the authority was kind of de-emphasized. I thought that was kind of, it was, even to me, where they were juxtaposed, tribes number one, public, and then the authority somewhere down at the bottom of the list in several cases. And I raise that because I think there is a dynamic there that does need to be worked out. I think Brett was alluding to it as well about where the authority fits in that conversation. Because it would be a different management structure, the way I read it, than what we've anticipated, and that's not necessarily right or wrong, but it's different. So I think getting a handle on that is something I'll have questions on as we go through the FMP. At bare minimum, I think the authority needs to be more emphasized as a partner with OSU, and then figured out how it fits into that triad of relationships.
Yeah, I think that's where it goes.
Yeah, right. But then the other thing I just flag it because I think it's kind of the elephant in the middle of the room in this discussion. There's also language in there about the reserves and whether we should be having reserves and whether we call them reserves, but I think if we don't call them reserves, I think that symbolizes something bigger than just semantics. And that's a big deal. And if that's really one of the things that this conversation is focusing in on, that's really important because the reserves were a foundational piece of this. We wouldn't have gotten off the ground without the big CRW. That we wouldn't even started this conversation. It's been foundational for the better part of 5 years. And so that concerns me. It's also going to be in the HCP. In some ways, it's going to be hard to take out in a very short amount of time. I'm glad for that. But I just want to, you know, because that seems to be where we're high centering in this conversation when it comes up more often than not. And I think we've got to get through that because the reserves are really in question, and I hope they're not at this point. Then we're kind of in a do-over situation. That's not a minor thing to address.
Yeah, exactly. And that's where some of the discussion is headed. And I think that at a minimum, the word reserves is, you know, it's the conservation research watershed. So the term reserve isn't actually in term CRW, but the term reserves is the same root word as reservation. And I think that the idea is that at a minimum, the wording around reserves be changed and, but then, I don't know, you know, that's not OSU isn't taking a position on the, you know, we agreed to the CRW and that is, you know, written into the research proposal and it's written in the FFP and I think that, but there are discussions with what does that mean? Because how it's being referred to in meetings that I've been in where concerns are raised is it's called a no-touch reserve. And those are the no-touch may be part of what is off-putting to tribal interests when they are, the implication is you can't be a part of the landscape that your people evolved with, and that's really off-putting, I think. And so it may be a lot of terminology that gets in the way, but there is an intent to manage the plantations within the CRW. There is a huge amount of opportunity for research within the CRW as a no harvest, other than the restoration harvest as a no harvest area, which I'm trying to avoid saying reserve, but it's this word we've used for a long time, and so it's hard to get around that anyhow. So
The terminology is tough all the way around. The plantations, John and I were talking earlier, it's not necessarily a favorite word either. But I think what it comes down to, at least for me, is are we committed, whatever we call it, are we committed to that vision of what we talked about, or is that shifting?
And I think that again, that goes to the future. This is a discussion of the board, the authority board, and all tribes that are interested in discussing the state lands in general, not just ESRF, the co-stewardship concept. But I mean, no one's suggesting challenging wilderness designation. Well, maybe some people are actually suggesting challenging wilderness designation, but I don't think legally it's being challenged. But I think that there are important discussions that need to and will happen in the future. And it's really about ensuring that.
In the spirit of like certain conversations will persist beyond January 1, no matter what happens.
Yes, exactly.
Regardless, when will this ever be done? And I know, Jenna, we've got to get to other things, but two things related to the future, Tom, around that are one, something I think Vicky said reminded me of this. So one is back to the board workshops, trainings, be part of what feels like an asset of this particular future board, because there are two members who do currently work for tribal sovereign governments right now. And I think that's a helpful thing in informing like how this board engages with tribes in the future. And there are other legislative commission on Indian services can help, I think, do some trainings, but there may be folks I think on the board. I'm especially thinking, like Mike, you and Colin, what kind of trainings for the board might be helpful around engaging with tribal sovereigns. And then the other one on the future end is an email about this, but I just want to say it to you all here. So in December, the Oregon Government Ethics Commission has offered to put together a training. It would be a 2-hour training, but it would cover a whole lot around Oregon Public Meetings laws and executive sessions and kind of how public officials serving on a new board interface with the state laws around what you would need to comply, and then also best practices. And they've offered to tailor it to the interests of this particular authority and board and the decisions you'll be making. So it seems like a great that's offered, and then B, what I was thinking is trying to tie it into the December meeting. So instead of asking you all to hold another chunk of time on your calendars, maybe tie it in December. And so I'll keep working with Oregon Government Ethics Commission on their calendar, and then circle back by email with you all. But at our December meeting, I think this is one where the conversation we were just having, we'll want to talk at that December meeting about how you all want to interface with the land board on the at their December meeting, and what degree of cohesion you have as individuals around where things are headed with the FMP, and what other conversations will need to happen or haven't happened enough. And just, it's a similar thing that comes up, it feels like, as part of whenever the land board meets and there's a big decision to be made, you all want to say something together, or do you want to say something as individuals? And so we'll park December, our board meeting on December 4th is place to talk about that.
Thanks, Brett. Yeah, there's a lot of meetings coming up in this home stretch of the calendar year. And we'll kind of run through those dates and some of those high level details in just a minute. But also wanted to kind of tap Paul to share some of OSU's kind of upcoming meetings, as well as we are tracking the State Land Board and the Board of Trustees.
Meetings, OSU Board of Trustees meet on this Friday as well. Tom, Shannon, and I will be briefing an update on the Elliott as well. Jack and Keith are going to join us and have a dialogue with the board members as well for that. This is our last board meeting before a December decision, so we'll be talking through that with them about the final elements they need to make their decision as well. You can, if you Google Oregon State University Board of Trustees and go to the meetings tab, you'll find October 20th. Our docket materials are in there. I would tune in about 2:30. We're the last thing on the agenda. I think it's roughly around 3, but I tune in about 2:30 if you want to listen in on Zoom. Also, the meeting starts at 10:30, and there's a chance for public comments at 10:30. So if you're interested, or for folks in the public, if you want to make comments, it would be your chance up there at that early time. There's 3-minute time limit, as you're probably used to as well, but you're welcome to. And how you sign up to testify, it can be in person or on Zoom, and how you sign up is on the website as well.
Thanks, Paula. Appreciate that. I just want to do a quick final check. It doesn't appear that we've had any takers for public comment. But just wanted to do a last check on that. I just came to listen. Thank you very much. Thanks, thank you. Glad to have you here. So yeah, just a quick kind of recap of the meetings and upcoming dates. There's the virtual work session tomorrow. It's just board subgroups, those that can make it. Next prospective board meeting is Monday, November 13th. That's going to be via Zoom. We've got 12 to 4 held. Next prospective board meeting, Monday, December 4th. We've got 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. held. I know this was flagged as a potential for an in-person meeting, but wanting to kind of cross that bridge when it comes, and I'm curious if folks have feedback on that.
I like that with the in-person meeting for that. I would agree, especially if we're gonna have some training and all. Yeah, that'd be helpful.
Okay, well, we can follow up in terms of like figuring out a location and making sure that if that does indeed work with the ethics commission training, that we can make that all that. Yeah, Brett.
Can I ask, are there any other, I know one came up today around interfacing with the legislature. Are there any other priorities that you would want me to focus on trying to line up, or me working with others at DSL or within the state system to line up for December?
There was one suggestion around, budget
Yeah,
management and the discretionary.
and what the board needs to do in advancing things with the legislature. Yeah, got it.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Well, if there are any other priorities, including in that table that I emailed around over the weekend, just hit me up. And Jenna, thank you. Jenna's compiling a shared folder. So all resources that are relevant to kind of the board getting feet under it and trained up and ready to go. We'll have a common place to house those materials for access to you all. In addition to kind of live or virtual workshops.
Yeah, and that can be found in the Prospective Board's current shared materials folder. We've got, the meeting materials, subfolders, and then training and resources one now there too. So Keith, Jack, I'll look to you both, with any final.
Yeah, I've got a couple things scribbled down, and one thing that I'd remind you, again, if you have suggestions for potential real board members, please run those towards Vicky, send them off, and if they can. As well, I think Jack and I have, in our last conversation, we'll be more than happy to be your interim co-vice chairs, whatever it is, until the time may be fit for you guys to fire us. So as long as you're happy with our participation guidance here, we'll be glad to do that. Keep everybody in the loop.
Does Vicky have a timeline for receiving suggested board members, nominations?
Sometime no later than mid-November, so I can have the land board assistants look at them and run them by their bosses. I got 2 from Teresa already during the meeting, so thank you, Teresa.
All right, I'm gonna send 3.
Teachers pet.
Yeah, she is teacher set now, and she even sent links so I can do some research, and one of them was on Oregon Field Guide, which is one of my favorite shows, so now
All right.
she's
Well, yeah, keep the details, yeah. So thank you for the question, Tom, about the timeline, and Vicky for that guidance.
We've covered it, thanks. And thank you, by the way, again, for great job today.
Thanks. Well, thank you to all of you for a great discussion around so many topics that I know you've been working on for a long time. The sleeves have been rolled up and they're gonna stay rolled up for a bit longer.
And if baby Kiefer isn't a complete fan of Forrest by the time they show up, and already halfway to a doctorate.
It's absorbing all of the good ideas and numbers and energy that's coming this way. So, and thank you all too for making the trip and being here in person. It really is nice to see all your faces and spend this time, and we'll put some logistics together and thinking to do it again in December. But OSU, DSL, any other final thoughts?
Well, as I mentioned at the land board meeting, December 31 this year, New Year's Eve, is going to take on a whole different celebration or not. So
Party at Vicky's house.
let's make sure it's a celebration.
Yeah, good call, Vicky.
All right, well, thank you all. We'll see you soon.
Thanks all.
Thanks, Jenna.
Thanks.